Chapter 671. Freedom? Could it be? Hearing Granny Cheong's words, he thought of what she said before and immediately thought of something that shocked him. Hi, you're smart. Seeing the mysterious young man's reaction, Granny Cheong smiled and said, That's right. What you're thinking is exactly what I've experienced. Although I've become a Tao fruit saint, I've been imprisoned in this formation forever and will never be able to get out. Granny Cheong's answer was exactly what he had been thinking. For a moment, Linley stared in terror at the mysterious formation above his head. How is this possible? This formation looks like this. Why does it have such an ability? Could it be enough, Lin Ray? Don't think so much. As long as you can get out, it's fine. Besides, even if you know the secret, what do you think you can do? Save her? What are you thinking? This formation isn't something you can touch now, and you don't have the experience. You don't have that experience, so don't forget about the Millennium Mission. At this moment, the little dragon's voice suddenly sounded. He originally wanted to suppress Lin Ray's thoughts, but he didn't expect his words to arouse Lin Ray's curiosity. With a thought, he entered the system and came before the little dragon. He looked curiously at the little dragon sitting above the pool. Xiaolong, tell me, what's so strange about this formation? Could it be that there are some mysterious runes engraved on it? For example, some kind of restriction or some kind of cage? Take care of your curiosity. Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon laughed and then sighed. I really don't know what to do with you. Tell me, what's so strange about this formation? I'm very curious. All right, I'll tell you. This formation is a cage. It's a formation that seals everything together. Furthermore, based on what Granny Cheong said just now, I can roughly guess that the person of nothingness she spoke of should be a mission from the era of function because I can feel the primordial origin energy coming from the formation. What? Hongmeng? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray was shocked and looked up at the little dragon. At this moment, the little dragon's expression became serious, as if this matter was very serious. Yes, so you mustn't get involved in this matter. Moreover, what puzzles me is that Hongmeng was sealed a long time ago. But according to what Granny Cheong said, my guess shouldn't be wrong, right? Lin Ray was puzzled before, but now it was the little dragon. That mysterious existence aroused the curiosity of the little dragon and Lin Ray. Okay, take your time to think about it. When you think of something, tell me immediately. Seeing the little dragon in deep thought, Lin Ray knew that as long as he was deep in thought, he would wake up very soon. Moreover, the little dragon's time to think was also a problem. He couldn't stay here for too long, or he might be exposed. Thinking of this, Lin Ray waved goodbye to the little dragon. Lin Ray, who had returned to his original body, came to his senses and used his divine sense to examine Granny Cheong. Looking at her, Lin Ray sighed and said, Alas, the heavens opened a window for you, and together with it, they will take away another thing from you. Therefore, you can't blame others for this matter. In the end, it's your greed that led to this situation. You're right. In the end, it's my greed and my pride that caused this, so I won't be obedient to anyone. If I want to blame someone, I can only blame myself for wanting to pursue power too much. I want to become the proud son of heaven that others speak of. As she spoke, tears flowed from her eyes and streaked across her wrinkled cheeks. Her face was filled with loneliness, and she seemed to have aged a lot. Alas, there's no other way. Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? There are good and bad things about power, but it depends on how you use it. As for Granny Cheong's matter, he knew that he couldn't help much. Moreover, the little dragon also told him not to get involved in this matter. So, thinking of this, Lin Ray shrugged, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat. As for Granny Cheong's matter, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Time passed bit by bit as Lin Ray ate. And at this moment, the entire restaurant was particularly quiet. Other than the sound of Lin Ray and the others eating, there was no other sound. Help me. This is the connection. As long as you can help me, high-level cultivation methods, talisman cultivation methods, formations, and so on, as long as you can help me. All of these are for you. As long as you can help me. Puff! The sudden words directly made Lin Ray spit out the food in his mouth, and his face was full of shock. What, you don't want to? Seeing Lin Ray's reaction, Granny Cheong suddenly looked stunned and became extremely unkind. Lin Ray could feel a murderous aura emanating from her body. Lin Ray knew that if he dared to say no, then he would really die here today. Lin Ray was helpless about the current situation. He couldn't beat Granny Cheong, and he couldn't get out. There was nothing he could do. Alas, Senior, since you want me to agree to your deal, then you have to tell me what you want me to do. You're so sure about it. It's very difficult for me. I was careless. Seeing the slight change in Lin Ray's attitude, the murderous aura emanating from Granny Cheong's body immediately retracted, and her expression became a little more amiable. It's like this, my request isn't high. I just want you to go to the depths of the Ninth Continent's ancient corpse vault and find me a Corpse King pill. As long as you can bring back the Corpse King pill, I won't go back on my promise to you. What? Corpse King pill? Hearing Granny Cheong's words, Lin Ray was stunned for a moment. He had never even heard of a Corpse King pill, let alone bring it back for her. Moreover, that ancient corpse vault didn't sound like a good place. That's right, the Corpse King pill, as the name implies, is the inner core of the king of corpses. As long as you can get that thing, I won't pursue the matter. Oh, I forgot to tell you, when I brought you the food earlier, I put a drug in it that destroys the soul. This drug was specially left behind by that person back then to save my life. Of course, this drug has an antidote. As long as you take out what I want, the antidote will definitely be given to you. At this moment, the moment Granny Cheong said those words, Lin Ray was stunned on the spot. His face was filled with color, and his heart was filled with regret. F***CK. I've been playing with eagles for so many years. I didn't expect to be pecked in the eye by a house sparrow. As he thought about this, his will continued to surge. However, the matter had already happened, and there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this matter was his own stupidity. How is it? Have you thought about my proposal now? Do you want to do this deal or not? I'll do it. Looking at Granny Cheong, Lin Ray gritted his teeth and said fiercely. It was obvious how much Lin Ray hated her. It's not impossible for me to do it, but I have a request. As long as you agree, I'll help you. What? As long as you say it. Hearing Granny Cheong's words, for a moment, Lin Ray turned to look at the Scarlet Tiger and Red Lotus. Suddenly, his expression became firm. He turned back and said, "Give them the antidote. As long as you agree to this request, then I will naturally follow your suggestion. Of course, you can choose not to agree to this matter, but I believe that no one else can. Besides me, no one can help you. After all, you said that I'm the one who has been crazy for thousands of years." Young master. Young master. At this moment, the man and the beast heard Lin Ray's words, and their expressions changed drastically. They wanted to dissuade him, but as soon as the words left their mouth, they were stopped by Lin Ray's words. As long as you guys are safe, I can throw caution to the wind and find that Corpse King pill for her. Even if I die, you guys won't be implicated by me. So, don't talk about this matter in the future. Don't even tell the Sect, my son and my wife. Don't tell them about this matter. Good, there's an antidote. At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's words, Granny Cheong's face revealed a trace of admiration. Don't worry, this matter, I promise you. Here's the antidote. Distribute it to them. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds of something breaking through the air were heard. Lin Ray's divine sense explored the traces in the air. In an instant, he raised his hand and spiritual energy rushed out, directly wrapping around the antidote that was rushing towards him. Good. Since you're so straightforward, I promise you this matter. But you have to remember, I will only help you find the Corpse King pill. As for the rest, this sovereign will not care at all. Looking at the two antidotes, Lin Ray said to Granny Cheong. Then, he turned around and placed the two pills in front of Red Lotus and Scarlet Tiger for them to consume. Eat it, young master. Shut up. I'm the young master, and I'm the most important. Eat it or scram. I'll only say it twice. If I say it a third time, then from now on, you don't have to call me young master anymore. Hearing this, Scarlet Tiger and Red Lotus had no choice but to obey. Especially after hearing that they would no longer be related, they didn't dare to delay and directly opened their mouths to swallow the antidote. Hee hee, that's more like it. Seeing them eat the antidote, Lin Ray revealed a trace of smile. Then, the smile disappeared and he looked at Granny Cheon with a cold expression. Don't worry, I won't delay your matter. However, before that, I still have something to do. I can't guarantee when I'll bring it to you, but within 100 years, I'll definitely bring the Corpse King pill back to you. After speaking, without giving Granny Cheon a chance to speak, he waved at Red Lotus and Scarlet Tiger and walked towards the door. Lin Ray didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Sure, bring the Corpse King pill back to me within 100 years. I'll give you the antidote with both hands, but remember, you only have 100 years. Once the time is up, I won't care what happens to you. Chapter 672. Hearing Granny Cheon's words, Lin Ray's body froze for a moment. Then, he smiled and pushed open the door to walk out. As expected of the person I've waited for so long. No one can compare to him, whether it's his composure or his behavior. Granny Cheon smiled and muttered to herself as she watched Lin Ray walk out of the Cloud Visitor. Outside the door, Linley, who had already come out, turned around and stood at the door. He looked at the door of Yun Lai Ku's residence. His heart was filled with anxiety. Ever since he knew that everything was a trap, he probably wouldn't have come here, let alone encounter such a troublesome situation. Sigh, the world is so big. Who knows how many places like this there are? A person of nothingness? The Hongmeng realm? Looking at the door, Lin Ray, who was lost in thought, began to sort out the various things that he had just encountered. He never thought that there would be such a place in the realm of the gods. However, what surprised him even more was that there was an old monster in the realm of the gods who had lived for so long. What was even more ridiculous was that he had been waiting for him. Lin Ray was speechless. Young master, where are we going now? We can't just stay here forever. Just then, just as Lin Ray was lost in thought, Xiao Hu, who was standing beside him, asked. His voice was not loud, but could be heard from a mile away. Little Tiger, on the other hand, had successfully used his voice to pull Linley out of his reverie. Phew, let's go. It's time to ask them if they've met up. I wonder if they've had enough after not seeing each other for so long. At this moment, if Xie Feng heard Lin Ray's words, she would use the undying flame to train him. At this moment, standing in the center of Tianliang City, Ying and the others who Lin Ray was thinking about were standing there and looking around anxiously. Xie Feng, why don't you use your divine sense to find the young master? If we continue to search like this, I'm going to go crazy. We've been searching for so long. Do you think we... At this moment, the young man beside her had an anxious look on his face. He came to Xie Feng's side helplessly and pleaded softly. Indeed, Elder, as long as you make a move, you'll definitely be able to find it. Why don't... As soon as one spoke, there would be two more. As soon as the voice of the male brother fell, the three ghost kings on the side said. Everyone looked helpless, powerless, and anxious. In this regard, looking at their exhausted appearance, Xie Feng also sighed helplessly. Sigh, I can understand your feelings, but I've already tried all the methods you've mentioned. I've tried a few times before, but even when I covered the entire Tianliang city, I couldn't find a trace of Lin Ray's aura in the city. I can't do anything about it. I also want to find him, but this is the truth. I can't do anything about it. What? Even you can't do anything about it. Then, hearing Xie Feng's words, Ying had already cried out in horror. Her face was already pale enough, but after hearing Xie Feng's words, she turned even paler. She looked as if she had lost her soul. Her body was on the verge of collapse, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She looked very pitiful. Impossible, young master. Young master can't not be in this city. They came in with us. It's impossible. At this moment, the young man seemed to have lost his mind. He began to mumble to himself. He kept saying that it was impossible. This phenomenon made Xie Feng and the three ghost kings feel very helpless. Sigh. Looking at them, CF Feng shook her head. Then, she released her divine sense. She had scanned the entire city several times with her divine sense. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to miss Lin Ray. However, at this moment, just as CF Feng was thinking that she could not find him at all, she released her divine sense to cover the entire city. Then, she felt a pleasant surprise. What? A surprise cry rang out. The originally expressionless evil phoenix suddenly revealed a smile. It was a happy smile. Ying and the other male disciples, who had heard that Linley wasn't in the city, all looked at evil phoenix when they heard her cry out. However, when they saw the happy smile on evil phoenix's face, they couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, the extinguished flame in their hearts was reignited. This guy. At this moment, in her divine sense, CF Feng saw Lin Ray. At this moment, he was in an alley on the east side of the street. Naturally, he was accompanied by the Red Lotus and the Red Tiger. Looking at him, CF Feng's desire instantly surged. However, her excitement was stronger than her desire. You guys wait here. By the way, inform the dark group. Ask them to wait here. I found Lin Ray and the others. I'll go and pick them up. She came back to her senses and sensed Lin Ray's current location. After she said this to Ying, she did not wait for the others to respond. She did not wait for them to agree. The moment she finished speaking, she disappeared in front of everyone. This scene made Ying feel very helpless. He wanted to refute, but he knew that he was no match for CF Feng. In the end, he could only accept this result helplessly. Thinking about this, Ying gestured to the young man beside him to inform the dark group and asked them to come over. Do as she says. Yes. Hearing Ying's words, the young man replied, I'll go inform them and ask them to come over. After saying that, the man disappeared. He had been in the dark unit for a period of time. Therefore, it was easy for him to find the traces of the dark group. At this moment, in a gloomy and mossy alley in the east side of the city, Lin Ray, who was originally expressionless, was riding the red flame tiger towards the exit. Suddenly, Lin Ray stretched out his hand and patted the red flame tiger's forehead. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an unfathomable smile. Then, he raised his head and looked to the right side of the sky. All right, come out. You're already here, and you're still sneaking around. CF Feng, have you changed? I remember that you used to disdain doing this kind of thing the most. Ha ha ha. Boy, are you good at hearing? I didn't expect that even though I'm blind, my heart would be so much clearer. I didn't expect you to be able to sense this. Not bad at all. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had just finished speaking, thought that CF Feng would not appear. Unexpectedly, the moment he finished speaking, CF Feng's smiling voice rang out. At the same time, the moment the voice rang out, a young woman in red appeared in the originally empty sky. However, what made Lin Ray feel a little uncomfortable was that the moment CF Feng appeared, Lin Ray was a little surprised by the resentful look in her eyes. Haha, stinking brat, you're really something. You're quite good at hiding. You actually made me search for you for such a long time. Speak, where have you been all this time? Why didn't you inform us? Just as Lin Ray was about to speak, CF Feng interrupted Lin Ray and asked all the questions in her heart. Of course, the most important question was why she didn't sense his presence in the city earlier. This was very important to her. Looking at CF Feng's current appearance, she was completely the cold and murderous CF Feng of the past. Presumably, they were two completely different people. Especially now, she was questioning Lin Ray like a little resentful wife. In response, Linley's expression froze, and he unconsciously answered the question she had asked before. Yes, it's like this. At the very least, after I separated from you all, I came to this alley. Merely, what I didn't expect was that. However, I didn't expect that in the depths of this alley, there's an old woman in front of me. Moreover, there's a magic circle in the periphery. Probably because of the existence of that magic circle, you didn't sense my presence. What? Millions of years? What level of cultivator is she? Is there anything special about her? At this moment, after hearing Lin Ray's words, CF Feng was shocked and immediately asked all kinds of questions. In response, Lin Ray didn't find it strange. After all, he heard the old woman say that he was even better than Xiefeng. Seeing that she was so anxious, Lin Ray said, "Yes, I heard that a powerhouse from the void made a deal with her. As for his level, he should be a Dao fruit sage. Moreover, there's nothing special about him." At this point, Lin Ray continued with a slightly strange expression. "That's not right. If I'm not wrong, according to this time, shouldn't you have been sealed long ago? Why are you so agitated? Even if that old woman is doing something, she has nothing to do with you. So don't think about it. Moreover, I don't want to go to that kind of place anymore." With that, Lin Ray didn't wait for Xiefeng and gestured to the scarlet flaming tiger under him. The scarlet flaming tiger immediately understood and strode out. "Hey, kid, I finally came to pick you up. Why are you looking down on me?" Looking at Lin Ray's back, suddenly, Xiefeng's face darkened. She turned around and asked Lin Ray in a cold tone. However, although she said it was a question, in Lin Ray's eyes, it was more like a threat. If someone was here and knew that there was a great disparity in strength between the two of them, they would also think so. Sure enough, the moment Xiefeng finished speaking, Lin Ray and the scarlet flaming tiger trembled. Then, they turned around and said to Xiefeng, "How would I dare? You said you were looking for her. I'm leading the way for you. Let's go. Let's go out together." With that, Lin Ray gestured to the scarlet flaming tiger to grow bigger. The scarlet flaming tiger's body instantly expanded. In order to keep running, the scarlet flaming tiger grew to the size of an alley. "Come on, let's go out together." At this moment, Lin Ray, who was sitting on the back of the scarlet flaming tiger, looked at Xiefeng and reached out to pull her up. This action made Xiefeng blush. Okay, the blushing Xiefeng didn't reject Lin Ray. She reached out and grabbed Lin Ray's hand. Suddenly, a force passed through Lin Ray's hand. In the next moment, her entire body flew up and landed behind Lin Ray. After doing all this, Lin Ray waved his hand. The moment his spiritual energy rushed out, it transformed into a palm and directly grabbed Hong Lian's body. Then, he placed her behind Xiefeng. "Go! Awoo!" The scarlet flaming tiger obeyed Lin Ray's orders. With a long howl, it ran wildly toward the exit. "Where are we going? Were they waiting for us?" At this moment, Lin Ray, who was sitting on the back of the scarlet flaming tiger, didn't turn around. Instead, he looked at Xiefeng with his divine sense and asked calmly and gently, "And in the central area of Tianliang City?" She replied to Lin Ray, "Oh, by the way, the dark operation of the Xuanzong Sect is also here. They are looking for you all over the city." "What? They're here?" Hearing Xiefeng's words, Lin Ray was not surprised, because he knew that as long as the news came, they would naturally come. Therefore, after hearing Xiefeng say that the dark operation was here, Lin Ray asked calmly, "Yes, they're here. Also, I heard that the leaders this time are Jianwei and Bai Qi, but they already know that you're missing. I'm afraid that they're now searching for you in the city." Looking at Lin Ray, Xiefeng continued, "But don't worry. When we came here, I asked my male brother to send a message to them. Maybe they've already received the news that you've been found. It won't be long before you reach the central area. You should be able to see them soon. Jianwei, Bai Qi, how are you two doing now? What's your cultivation level now? I'm really looking forward to meeting you again. I hope you won't forget me." At this moment, while Xiefeng and Lin Ray were talking, Hong Lian, who was sitting in the back, murmured with nostalgia in her heart. She was most familiar with Jianwei and Bai Qi. After all, they appeared at the same time. Moreover, they had experienced life and death together. She couldn't forget them, and she believed that they couldn't forget them either. "Are you looking forward to it?" At this moment, Lin Li, who was using his divine sense to investigate Red Lotus' every move, saw the anticipation on her face. His lips curled up into a happy smile. He then retracted his divine sense and began to investigate Evil Phoenix. "How was your shopping while I was away? Did you buy anything? How is Inger? Humph." Hearing Lin Ray's words, Xiefeng rolled her eyes at him and then said, "Your wife is fine, but you must be careful. After you disappeared, she was very worried about you. She even cried several times." What? Is it that serious? Hearing the evil phoenix's words, Linley's entire body trembled. In his heart, he knew that things weren't going well. This sort of situation usually led to a very miserable death, especially when they weren't allowed to sleep in their rooms. This was terrible. Humph, how dare you say it's serious? Why didn't you leave with us? Now, nobody can help you. You, just wait to be left out when you go back. At this point, the demonic phoenix didn't give Linley another chance. Instead, she closed her eyes and began to rest. However, there was a smile on her face the entire time. Seeing Xiefeng like this, Lin Ray knew what she meant. Therefore, he didn't ask for a snub and began to cultivate. Chapter 673. Whoosh! On the street, a fiery red figure dashed past in a flash. After that, the surrounding people only felt a gust of wind blow past them. They did not feel anything else. At this moment, the troublesome fiery red figure was none other than the red flame tiger that was carrying Lin Ray, Hong Lian, and the others. At this moment, the red flame tiger was rushing towards the center of Tianliang City, according to the information provided by Xiefeng. It was not only the red flame tiger. At this moment, all around Tianliang City, black figures were rushing towards the center of Tianliang City. In the city, this scene could only be felt by those with high cultivations. As for those with low cultivations, they could not feel anything. The surrounding scene was the same as before. A young lady. The members of the Dark Operation have already received my notice. They are now heading towards where we are. Furthermore, I can feel the auras of the young master and the red flame tiger. They're also heading towards us. Therefore, we only need to wait quietly. In the center of Tianliang City, there were originally only the 3 Ghost Kings and Ying standing there. A moment ago, there were 4 of them. The next moment, the male disciple who went to inform the members of the Dark Operation to return said to Ying, all right. You have worked hard. Just wait here. I believe they will be back soon." As he spoke, the red flame tiger that was carrying Lin Ray and Xiefeng had already arrived not far from the center of Tianliang City. At this moment, its originally huge figure quickly shrunk and returned to its normal size. Furthermore, it slowed down at this moment. Hong Lian and Xiefeng, who were sitting on the red flame tiger's back, jumped down the moment the red flame tiger slowed down. However, they did not slow down and followed beside Lin Ray, walking side by side with the red flame tiger. "Brother Lei, a young lady, Brother Lei is back." The male disciple immediately sensed Lin Ray's aura approaching and shouted at Ying and the 3 Ghost Kings. Perhaps because he was too excited, he did not control his volume. At this moment, everyone's attention was on them. I saw it. I saw it." Ying didn't say anything in response to her younger brother's shouts. However, her eyes started to tear up. As for the male brother, he didn't care about the gazes around him at all. At this moment, he didn't have the time to care about the gazes around him because finding Lin Ray was the most important thing to him. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was sitting on the back of the Scarlet Flame Tiger, sensed Xiefeng and Ying's actions. Lin Ray's consciousness sensed that Ying, who was not far away, was looking at him with teary eyes. For a moment, Lin Ray felt guilty. With a sigh, before the red flame tiger could react, Lin Ray's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ray, who had disappeared, naturally appeared beside Ying. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, don't you know how strong your husband is? In the entire realm of the gods, except for those ultimate gods and those who have domains, the others." "Huh." As he spoke, Lin Ray's hand stroked her head gently with a smile on his face. His other hand gently wiped away the tears that had already fallen from her eyes. You're always like this. Tell me, how many times has it been? You're always like this." Feeling her husband's hand, Ying blushed. However, the nervousness in her eyes was irreplaceable. Her tone was even more nervous. Okay, everyone is watching. When we get home, you can punish me however you want. Okay." Looking at his wife, Lin Ray smiled and nodded. Then, He nodded to the three ghost kings beside him and didn't say anything else. At this moment, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, Hong Lian, and Xiefeng had already arrived beside him. Young Master. Young Master. This sudden voice startled Linley, and a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. As soon as this voice rang out, a figure with a rough face and an anxious look appeared in Linley's mind. Dian Wei. I wonder how strong this guy is. After learning that the voice belonged to Dian Wei, Lin Ray pondered for a moment and then disappeared. What? At this moment, the moment Lin Ray disappeared, Dian Wei, Lin Ray, Ying, and the three Ghost Kings were all stunned. They didn't understand Lin Ray's action at all. However, while they were full of confusion and didn't understand why Lin Ray did that, they all understood in the next moment. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had disappeared, appeared above Dian Wei. His terrifying cultivation and suppression filled the entire central area at this moment. Ow! Dian Wei had already sensed it. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ray, only to exclaim in shock. However, the moment he exclaimed, a finger mark appeared and charged at him. Dian Wei didn't have a chance to look at it all. Then he activated his technique and launched a battle technique at the finger mark that was charging at him. What? What's going on? At this moment, the surrounding crowd was stunned. However, at this moment, everyone fell into silence. Boom! Bam! One punch and one finger. The two battle techniques collided. All of a sudden, both of them stepped back and stopped. It seemed that they were in a tie, but Dian Wei knew that he was already at a disadvantage in the previous attack. Of course, it was partly because he was in a hurry and wasn't fully prepared, but Dian Wei knew very well that he was no match for the guy. However, while he was shocked, Lin Ray launched another attack at him. This time, he clearly sensed the killing intent in it. Dian Wei became more cautious. He knew that if he wasn't serious, his body might be penetrated by the attack, and he would fall to the ground and die. Come on, young master. Looking at Lin Ray, Dian Wei became solemn and serious. Then, he quickly made a hand seal. A golden longsword appeared in an instant. At this moment, the surrounding people felt the vigorous sword will from the golden longsword. Dian Wei is getting serious. I didn't expect him to grow to such a level. Alas, I wonder how Bai Qi has grown. At this moment, Red Lotus, who was standing far away, was completely shocked by the scene. But at the same time, she was very happy for her two friends, especially Dian Wei, who used to be the most scared of her. Dark Moon Sword? Not bad. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for such a long time, you would actually learn the sword technique that I kept in the Sect's library. Not bad at all. I just don't know if you can withstand this move of mine. Looking at the golden sword, an amused smile appeared on Linley's face. Then, he observed his attack with his divine consciousness. With a whoosh, the moment the fingerprint was close to Dian Wei, the golden longsword dashed out like a murderer waking up from a deep sleep. The longsword disappeared in front of everybody's eyes in a flash, turning into an undetectable golden sword mark that charged at the fingerprint and collided with it. Bam! The two attacks collided. The fingerprint and the golden longsword were evenly matched, but that was only in the eyes of those with low cultivations. However, it wasn't the case for Xiefeng and the three Ghost Kings. That man is tough, but young master has suppressed him. Although it doesn't look like it, we have to admit that he has lost. Hearing the comments of the three Ghost Kings, Xiefeng said with a smile, "That's right." However, he had already guessed the outcome. How could a person who could defeat a godly venerable rank expert lose to his own subordinate, even though his opponent is at the peak of the divine emperor realm? Yes. Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison and admitted this fact. Bam! At this moment, the golden longsword and the fingerprint that were confronting each other in the air instantly collapsed, but the fingerprint seemed to be completely fine. The moment the golden longsword disappeared, the fingerprint rushed to Dian Wei at the same speed and crashed into him without any resistance. After a bang, Dian Wei was sent flying. His face was pale, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. As expected of a young master, Dian Wei is going to suffer this time. They'll be bedridden for at least half a month after that strike. Standing in the distance, Bai Qi, who came with Dian Wei, smiled when he saw Dian Wei's current appearance. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he walked over to Lin Li and bowed. "Greetings, young master. I haven't seen you for many years. Have you?" Bai Qi's words came to an abrupt halt. Bai Qi raised his head to look at Lin Li. His eyes were filled with terror, anger, killing intent, and many other emotions. All of them were present on his face. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Lin Rei released his divine consciousness. However, the moment he saw Bai Qi's current appearance, he knew that Bai Qi wanted to kill the man who had blinded him. In response, Lin Rei said with an indifferent smile, "There's no need for that. I'm just blind. Besides, you saw it yourself. Even so, Dian Wei is still no match for me, isn't he?" However, no matter how relaxed he was, in Bai Qi's heart, he hated the person who had blinded Lin Li to the core. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to kill that person. What he did not know was that the person who had blinded Lin Li was the Holy World's heavenly emperor, Hao Tian. "Young master, who did it? Please tell me. I've already killed him. Not only him, but also before he blinded you. He should have been prepared to be annihilated." As expected, Lin Rei seemed to understand something after hearing Bai Qi's words. Looking at him, Lin Rei said calmly, "Forget it. Even if it's you, me, or the entire Xuanzong sect, we can't afford to offend him right now. Besides, don't worry. As long as I reach a certain level, my eyes will be cured." A cry of pain rang out from afar. Instantly, both Lin Li and Bai Qi turned to look at the source of the cry. They saw that the person who cried out in pain was Dian Wei, who had been blown away by Lin Rei. At this moment, his face was very pale, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was very obvious. He was completely different from before. Looking at Dian Wei, Lin Rei smiled and said to Bai Qi, "Go. He was seriously injured. Give his pill to him." As he spoke, Lin Rei took out a venerable level healing pill from his storage ring and gave it to Bai Qi, hinting for him to go. "Yes, young master." Bai Qi did not refute Lin Rei's words. Although he was eager to know who had blinded Lin Rei, he knew that he was not capable of doing so after hearing what Lin Rei had just said. Looking at Lin Rei's current state, Bai Qi felt sorry for him. Then he teleported to Dian Wei's side and grabbed his chin with one hand while stuffing the pill into his mouth with the other. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. The moment Dian Wei swallowed the pill, he had not tasted the taste of the pill yet. The surface of the pill had already dissipated and turned into energy that fused with his hand. A venerable level pill was simply an overkill for him. After swallowing the pill, Dian Wei's wounds were healed at a visible speed. Shoot! Looking at this scene, Bai Qi's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. At this moment, Dian Wei, who had been moaning on the ground, got up and ignored Bai Qi. And then, with a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Li and bowed. "I, Dian Wei, am here to welcome you." He lowered his head the whole time as he spoke. As for the previous battle, Lin Rei didn't give him any time to see Lin Rei's current state. "Get up, brat. I didn't expect that you'd become so strong after so many years. However, you're still as irritable as ever." As he spoke, Lin Rei couldn't help but have mixed feelings. At this moment, he looked at Dian Wei as if it were yesterday. "Young master, Hearing Lin Rei's words, Dian Wei raised his head with a smile and was about to speak to Lin Rei when he saw what Lin Rei looked like at this moment. Who did this to you?" Dian Wei roared furiously. At this moment, Dian Wei's eyes were bloodshot, and his face looked like that of a devil. Even the three Ghost Kings were shocked to see him. Alas! Looking at him, Lin Rei knew that this was going to happen, but he didn't expect Dian Wei to be so agitated. "Okay, I'm fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. Besides, we've just reunited. We should have a few drinks and a chat, shouldn't we?" Chapter 674. With that, Lin Rei turned around and walked towards Ing. He didn't want Bai Qi and Ing to end up like this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Just as Lin Ray turned around and took a step forward, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In response, Lin Ray, who had used his divine sense to investigate the strange sound, smiled happily. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air, accompanied by a huge amount of cultivation, arrived in front of Lin Ray in the blink of an eye and surrounded him. 10 people, 50 people, 100 people. The sound of something breaking through the air only stopped after more than 100 people had appeared. At this moment, everyone in the central zone was stunned when they saw the appearance of more than 100 people in black. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from aristocratic families and sections. At this moment, when they saw what these people in black did next, they were all shocked, especially when they heard how they addressed Lin Ray. Plop, plop. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air became one. At this moment, 100 people in black knelt in front of Lin Ray at the same time. There was a trace of nostalgia on their faces as they greeted him. Their deafening voices shook the entire central zone. We, the dark troop of the Xuanzong sect, pay our respects to the sect leader. As soon as these words were spoken, a terrifying wave of energy was set off in the central zone. After all, they were all powerful cultivators. When they spoke, perhaps because they were too excited to see Lin Ray, they didn't control their cultivation at all when they kowtowed to him. The energy waves spread out in all directions. In response, the disciples from aristocratic families and sects standing in the crowd were stunned at this moment. How is this possible? The Xuanzong sect? What kind of sect is the Xuanzong sect? Why haven't I heard of this sect before? Moreover, this group of people's cultivation is so strong. More than 100. Divine sect cultivators, this impossible. When was the Xuanzong sect established? Why didn't the sect receive any notice? What's going on? Why would such a thing happen? What are the sects doing collecting information? Why didn't anyone report it except for such a powerful sect? At this moment, the disciples of the aristocratic families and sects who were standing in the crowd were all thinking about the same thing. They still had lingering fears about what had just happened, especially after the long battle. They could tell that their cultivations were at the Emperor God realm. In their minds, only the patriarchs of their sects could have such a realm. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one knew about the rise of such a sect. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that it wasn't just the two of them. Even 100 or so people who appeared later were divine ancestor level experts. They found it even harder to accept. According to the classification of the sects in the celestial plane, only grade 1 or top grade sects would have such a large group of cultivators. Naturally, there were not only cultivators in the celestial plane, there were also ordinary people. After all, they could cultivate. Not everyone could. Some of them didn't have spiritual roots, so they couldn't cultivate. Moreover, only 1 in 10,000 people could cultivate. However, at this moment, Linley had no idea what the disciples of the various clans and sects were thinking. He also didn't know that because of the commotion caused by the Dark Department, the entire realm of the gods was once again thrown into chaos. After all, the information system of the realm of the gods wouldn't miss the emergence of a sect. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was standing where he was, listened to the shouts of the people around him. Instantly, he seemed to see his days in the celestial plane, and the smile on his face grew wider. Get up. Yes, we will obey your orders. Hearing Lin Ray's order, all the members of the dark group stood up. However, the moment they saw Lin Ray's condition, they were all filled with hatred and killing intent, just like Dian Wei and Bai Qi. They couldn't wait to find the person who blinded Lin Ray, cut him into pieces, capture his soul, and make him suffer the pain of being bitten by evil ghosts. Sensing their killing intent, Lin Ray spoke first before they could say anything. You don't have to be so angry. When my eyes reach a certain level, they will be able to see again. Besides, if you're so angry, the person who hurt me won't be punished. Therefore, you don't have to be angry. What you need to do is to strengthen your own opinions and make yourself stronger. Only in this way can the sect not be threatened. Do you understand? At this moment, Lin Ray's voice was so loud that not only the 100 members of the dark group could hear it. Even all the people in the central area could hear him. After hearing his words, they couldn't help but nod in admiration. After all, he was right. Instead of pursuing the illusory result, it was better to strengthen oneself and prepare for all the possible accidents in the future. Yes, sir. At this moment, the 100 members of the dark group all nodded in response. Huh. Looking at them with his divine consciousness, Lin Ray smiled and said, well, you don't have to threaten me here. The people around are watching. You can leave now. Today, let's go to the Sect. I like to see what it looks like now that the Sect has been established. Yes, sir. We'll leave now. Hearing Linley's order, the members of the dark group instantly disappeared in front of everyone and retreated to the void to protect him. Let's go and have some food. Then we'll leave. We've been in the divine realm for such a long time. It's time for us to have a look. The moment the members of the dark group disappeared, Lin Ray said to them. Then he released his divine consciousness and found a restaurant not far away. Then, without waiting for their consent, he flashed to the red flame tiger and ordered it to go to the restaurant. Everyone was speechless about this scene. However, they had no choice. They didn't dare to disobey Lin Ray's order. Then, they followed Lin Ray to the restaurant. Red Lotus, I didn't expect you to come back. At this moment, Bai Qi and Dian Wei, who saw Red Lotus, looked at her with excitement, nostalgia, and longing. Yes, I'm finally back. Hearing Dian Wei's question, Red Lotus said, it's been 1,000 years. I left because of something, but don't worry, I won't do it again. Well, that's good. You don't know how sad young master was when you left. It took him a long time to recover. Got it. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Red Lotus nodded heavily and agreed. Hey, that's enough. You too. It's supposed to be a happy reunion. Look at you. Jianwei looked at the two of them and rolled his eyes helplessly for a moment before he spoke. Aren't we all back now? Then the three of us can be together again. Let's just work for the young master like before. Okay. Seeing Jianwei's reaction, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they said, okay, let's hurry up and follow them. After that, the three of them closed their mouths and the team quieted down. While they were talking, Ing had been listening. She was also very curious about Red Lotus, but no one had told her what was going on. However, after hearing Dianwei and Bai Qi's conversation, she couldn't help but feel jealous. There was a trace of unhappiness and jealousy in his heart. Using his cultivation, Ing instantly disappeared. When Ing reappeared, she was already on the back of the flaming tiger. She reached out and hugged Linley's back. Lying on top of him, she closed her eyes peacefully. Well, Lin Ray naturally sensed this scene, but he didn't know that Ing was like this because of Red Lotus. However, at this moment, Red Lotus, who was in the team, looked at Ing with a strange look in her eyes, but it didn't last long before she became calm again. The restaurant was not far away. Soon, they arrived and went in. The moment they entered, the whole restaurant was filled with the fragrance of food and the sound of food. Let's go and find a place to sit down. After dinner, we'll go back to the Sect. Yes, young master, brother Lei Boy. Hearing this, they all responded to Lin Ray in different voices and went to a corner. Although the location was not good, it was just right for them to sit down. After they sat down, Dianwei went to order food and returned to his seat. Looking at these familiar people, Lin Ray couldn't help but think of Ming, Tianyun, and Bing. Thinking of them, Lin Ray couldn't help but feel a little guilty for Bing. He thought that since he put Bing into the system, she hadn't been released yet. As for Tianyun and the others, they should still be cultivating in the system at this moment. He didn't know what their cultivation levels were. Alas, thinking of this, Linley couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he had been intimate with Bing. But later, because he was too busy and because of Jean Ling's matter, he neglected her for a long time. Then, because he was too sad, he had a mission at that time. In the end, he got together with Ing by accident. All of this made him feel guilty toward Bing. It seems that she should have been released when we arrived at the Sect. I think Bing should be an expert at the peak of the Emperor God Realm now. I just don't know if she has any complaints about me. Thinking of this, Lin Ray shook his head and didn't say anything. At this moment, the food was placed on the table. Come on, I'll feed you. At this moment, when Lin Rei just came to his senses, Jing picked up the bowl and chopsticks, picked up some dishes, and put them in Lin Rei's mouth. Seeing this, everyone at the table lowered their heads at the same time and began to eat seriously. Of course, there were some who didn't lower their heads, such as Red Lotus, Xiefeng, and Nanwei. Chapter 675. That's not good. So many people are watching. Lin Rei, who had come back to his senses, heard his wife's words and immediately used his divine sense to look at the other people at the table. He saw that all of them were present. Except for a few, everyone else had their heads lowered, as if this scene did not exist. Regarding this, he stopped halfway through what he was about to say. With a helpless expression, he looked at his wife's serious and affectionate expression. He knew that this time he could not avoid it. In the end, Lin Rei, who had wanted to persist, could only open his mouth and let his wife feed him. However, at this moment, the disciples of the aristocratic families and sects who had seen the Xuanzong sect incident in the central area quickly rushed to the communication center of another sect or aristocratic family in Tianliang City. The first thing they did was to spread the news of what they had seen today. Among them, the name Xuanzong sect and a blind young man. At this moment, in a spiritual weapons store in the eastern part of the city, a young man with a serious expression and a dragon badge on his chest spoke to the manager of the store. Long Yin, go. Pass on everything that you've seen today to the Long family without missing a single word. Even the name Xuanzong, spread it all out. Young master, this. At this moment, the middle-aged man standing opposite him heard the young man's words. For a moment, he looked embarrassed and stuttered as he spoke. Looking at Long Yun, the young man's face was filled with anger. Then, he said coldly, spread the news. I will bear any consequences. As soon as he said this, the middle-aged man called Long Yun's face changed. He immediately opened his mouth and nodded in agreement. Okay. Young Master Long, please wait here for a moment. I will go and spread the news. However, this scene did not only happen in the eastern part of the city. At this moment, the western part of the city, the southern part of the city, the northern part of the city, as well as the central area. The news they spread was nothing more than what they had seen in the central area of Tianliang City today. Even the Xuanzong sect, a sect that had never appeared in the God realm, was praised to the heavens. However, Lin Rei didn't know any of this. What he didn't know was that not long after the news was sent out, the sects and aristocratic families who received the news immediately held a meeting and sent people to investigate the Xuanzong sect. Lin Rei, who is currently eating in a restaurant, was naturally unaware of the actions of the God Realm sections. In the restaurant, Lin Li, who was sitting at the dining table, used his divine sense to observe everyone. Seeing that they had finished eating, he smiled and said to them, "Let's go. Dianwei, Bai Qi, since you're from your sect, you'll lead the way now. Yes, we will obey your orders." Hearing Lin Rei's order, Dianwei and the other man stood up and bowed to Lin Rei in response. All right. Since we're all done eating, let's go. The earlier we return to the sect, the earlier we can be at ease. Yes, we will obey your orders. Hearing their response, Lin Rei nodded, stood up, and walked out of the restaurant. At this moment, the red flaming tiger obediently came to Lin Rei and let him sit on it. Let's go. Looking at the red flaming tiger's behavior, Lin Rei reached out and grabbed Immerse. Then, he jumped onto the red flaming tiger's back and left. As for Dianwei and Bai Qi, they also flew in the front and led the way for Lin Rei and the others. Soon, they left the city and flew further north. Along the way, Lin Rei didn't ask where the sect was, and Dianwei and the other man didn't say anything either. Just like that, they remained silent and didn't stop. Of course, although Heavenly Dragon Mountain was not far from Tianliang City, it wasn't close either. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the entire God Realm became lively. Because of the appearance of Lin Rei and the strange Xuanzong sect in Tianliang City, as well as the appearance of hundreds of cultivators from the holy clans, the top sects and first-rank sects in the God Realm had completely attracted the attention of the top sects and first-rank sections. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind. In the god realm, which wasn't peaceful to begin with, the sudden appearance of a terrifying sect made people wonder who would tolerate its existence. The answer was, of course, no. The upper echelons of the god realm wouldn't tolerate the emergence of such a sect, let alone its awakening. Of course, because of Lin Rei's existence, some top sects in the god realm quieted down, such as the Falling Star Pavilion, the Center Sect, and the Enigma Palace. After hearing the rumors about Lin Rei's appearance and the description of that person, those sect leaders who received the report all gave up the desire to investigate. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they weren't good at all. What happened in Tianwei City was imprinted in their minds at all times. How could they afford to offend someone who was able to defeat 5 great venerables? Not only that, the moment they found out that the Xuanzong sect was Lin Rei, the Falling Star Pavilion, the Enigma Palace, and the Center Sect immediately sealed their sects and passed down a message that no one was allowed to come out for 100 years. They were also not allowed to have any conflicts with the Xuanzong sect. Furthermore, they also said that those who disobeyed the order would have their 9 generations annihilated. When the disciples who had been complaining heard this order, their murderous aura disappeared without a trace. Heavenly Dragon Mountain, at the entrance of the Xuanzong sect. At this moment, a group of people was standing at the entrance. Everyone's face was filled with smiles and excitement. Some of them even had an indescribable expression on their faces. They looked out into the distance as if they were looking for something. Father, Grandpa, why isn't Grandpa back yet? At this moment, a 4 or 5-year-old child standing next to the young man who spoke the most was tugging on the young man's clothes and asking in a childish voice, "It'll be good. Grandpa is still on his way. He'll be here soon. Let's wait quietly. All right, if your grandpa sees you, he'll definitely be very happy." At this moment, the person who spoke was none other than the current sectmaster of the Xuanzong sect, Lin Yun. The 5-year-old child beside him was his son, Lin Ling. At this moment, that child's face was delicate and pretty. She had a baby face, chubby and cute. However, the most adorable thing was her pair of eyes. They were bright and watery, making people want to dote on her. Moreover, her childish voice made people like her even more. Overall, she was a young lady who was very beautiful. Big brother Yun, do you think Father won't recognize me and my son? After all, we didn't get his permission to celebrate Father's Day back then. I'm afraid. Just as Lin Yun was speaking to Lin Ling, a weak voice was heard, instantly attracting Lin Yun's attention. Sigh. He turned his head to look at the person who spoke. She was very beautiful, but her brows were always furrowed together, as if she was constantly troubled by something. Looking at her, Lin Yun said with a pained expression, "Yuan, don't worry. Father will be fine. You have to believe in yourself. Besides, if Father hears you mention Father's Day, I'm afraid he'll go crazy." Then I won't say anything, Hearing Lin Yun's words, Yuan's face became even more nervous, and her brows furrowed even deeper. All right, don't worry. Father won't say anything. Don't worry. Father is a very easy person to get along with. Although he's usually a little strict, that's for our own good. Looking at his wife, the moment Lin Yun finished speaking, he reached out to hold her shoulders and pulled her into his embrace. Father, there's someone flying over. Quick, look. At this moment, Lin Ling's childish voice looked into the distance. Her face was full of joy as she pointed at a few black dots that suddenly appeared in front of them and shouted happily. What? Lin Ling's words attracted the attention of everyone present. Then, everyone looked into the distance. Instantly, when everyone saw the black dots in the distance, a trace of joy and excitement appeared on their faces. It's Father. Father, they're back. It's Father. At this moment, when Lin Yun saw the black dots, his eyes were moist and his nose was sour. At this moment, tears flowed down uncontrollably. At this moment, he was completely different from the stern-looking Xuanzong sect leader who had just arrived. And this time, it wasn't just the upper echelons of the sect who came to welcome him. Some of the disciples who had come in contact with him were also newly recruited. Therefore, The moment they saw Lin Yun cry, the image of Lin Yun in their hearts was completely overturned. Sect leader is crying. Sect leader is actually Shu. Perhaps it was because he didn't dare to believe it, that young disciple suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, the middle-aged man standing beside him hurriedly made a gesture to silence him. You're crazy. You have to be calm at this time. After all, our sect leader hasn't seen the old sect leader for 1,000 years. This is inevitable. Moreover, you're a newly recruited disciple, so you don't know much about this. I'll tell you about the history of the sect later. Oh, okay. Regarding this, the two reached an agreement. Then, they shut their mouths and became serious. At this moment, the black dots in the distance were getting closer and closer. Eventually, the black dots slowly became the shadows of people. Finally, their appearances appeared in the eyes of everyone standing at the sect gate. Father, at this moment, Lin Yun, who had been staring at Lin Ray, was just about to greet him when he saw the blind Lin Ray sitting on the scarlet flame tiger. Immediately, his words came to an abrupt halt and were replaced by incomparable anger and killing intent. What's going on? Father, Lin Ray had been the pillar of support in his heart for so many years. Moreover, in his heart, Lin Ray's figure was the strongest. However, at this moment he saw this scene. He couldn't believe it. He didn't dare to believe it. Since he was young, he had always thought that his father was the strongest person in the world. But standing in front of this scene, he was shocked, and at the same time, his heart ached. Chapter 676. He had never felt this kind of heart-wrenching pain, not even when Jin Ling and Jin In died. At this moment, Lin Ray was getting closer and closer. His consciousness naturally sensed Lin Yun's aura. He was extremely excited at this moment. After all, he was the only son in the family. After not seeing him for so long, how could he not miss him? Although he was a god, he was still a human after all. He couldn't abandon his 7 emotions and 6 desires. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed. Within this short period of time, Linley had brought everyone to the entrance of the mysterious sect. Greetings, sect master. At this moment, the moment Lin Ray returned to the entrance of the Xuanzong sect, the people who were waiting at the entrance knelt on the ground with excitement and respect. They faced Lin Ray as if they were hundreds of Dark Department members. Looking at them, Lin Ray's heart was filled with nostalgia. Looking at them, Lin Ray couldn't help thinking of the beautiful memories he had with them. Get up, all of you. Looking at them, he said to them. Then he slowly walked to Lin Yun's side. Looking at his son who had reached the Divine Emperor realm, he suddenly felt proud. Not bad. It seems that you haven't been lazy during this period of time. During this period of time, you were able to break through to the Divine Emperor Dan realm. I'm only proud of you. Saying that, Lin Ray stepped forward with a smile and hugged him, giving him a hug that he had never had before. At this moment, Lin Yun, who was unprepared, felt as if he was in a dream. He couldn't tell whether this was real or not because, in his memory, his father had never hugged him on his own initiative. Of course, that was when they first met. Father, your eyes, haha, it's fine. Hearing his son's words, Lin Ray's body trembled. Then he calmly gave him a reassuring smile and stood aside. Not bad. All of you have done very well. All of you have made great progress. It seems that all of you have worked very hard in this period of time. Regarding this, I am very happy because your strength has increased. Regarding this, in 5 days, I will distribute your respective rewards to all of you. Yes, Sect Master, we understand. Hearing Lin Ray's words, everyone present revealed smiles. Their expressions became even more uneasy. Regarding the reward mentioned by Lin Ray, everyone who followed him knew that this reward was not light. And all right, since there's nothing else, everyone can go back to their own duties. It's not a big deal that I'm back. Give me some time to gather with my family. When I have time, I'll visit you all. How about that? Yes. If that's the case, we'll take our leave first. As for Lin Ray's words, everyone agreed. Immediately after, they didn't stay for long. After replying, they left. However, at that moment, Linley saw a person. This person was filled with a shocking, murderous aura. Linley looked at him, and the only remaining memory of him appeared in his mind. He killed the heavens. Regarding this name and this person, Lin Ray did not know why this person would always exist in his mind. However, he remembered Shaishan's abilities very clearly. TSK, I didn't expect that a person as powerful as you would be blinded by someone. Sigh, let's see how many people that person has. Hearing Shaishan's words, Linley revealed a smile and said, I advise you not to. You're only at the God realm now. At your current level, it's still impossible. Unless you enter the sage state, you'll only be able to fight with that person. Otherwise, you'll just be courting death. Moreover, you can't even go. Hearing this, Shatian fell silent. He believed that Lin Ray was telling the truth. After all, there was no need for him to lie. Looking at Shaishan's unconvinced expression, Lin Ray laughed. All right, let's leave this matter at that. If you want to defeat the person who defeated me, you'll have to surpass me first. If you can't even defeat me, then you'll just go. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm going to cultivate. Hearing Linley's words, Shaishan's face was filled with displeasure as he coldly snorted at Linley before disappearing. Seeing Shatian disappear, Lin Ray's smile slowed down. He knew that his words had provoked Shatian, and that Shatian would cultivate even harder in the future. Lin Ray, original body. However, the moment Shatian disappeared, two voices could be heard. Instantly, Lin Ray extended his consciousness and saw two familiar figures. Shatian, Gusi. These two people weren't strangers. One was a friend of the divine sect, and the other was his clone. However, what made Lin Ray curious was why they were here. However, looking at them, it seemed like they had been here for a long time. Nonsense, we've been here for a long time. When the sect was being built, we were already here. Initially, we wanted to wait for you to come back. I didn't think that it would take you so long to find this place. Yeah, but my thoughts are different from Gusi's. I came out this time specifically to find you. This matter is very serious, and it concerns the life and death of the entire Xuanzong sect. What? Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Linley was shocked when he heard Sakura's words. However, he was also puzzled. After all, he didn't know what was going on. How could it be related to the life and death of the sect? Yeah, it's like this. Looking at Lin Ray, Shatian glanced at everyone. He didn't say it out loud, but transmitted a message. This time, I heard that the Qinquan sect of the divine world is looking for someone with purple blood. Furthermore, from what they said, the search for purple blood is from the higher-ups. Purple blood? When he heard Indra's voice transmission, Linley's heart grew nervous. He knew about violet blood. Indra was his avatar and naturally knew even more. However, what puzzled him was why the Qinquan sect was looking for him. Also, this was the meaning of the upper echelons. When he heard this, Linley instantly understood the meaning of the upper echelons. This was the divine world, and the higher-ups meant the holy world. Thinking of this, Lin Ray's head hurt. He couldn't imagine that this matter would involve the holy world. Linley had deep enmity with the saints' world in the first place, and now that his bloodline was involved as well, he had to be careful. Firstly, he didn't want his son and the sect to be implicated because of his bloodline. Secondly, he wanted to know why the Qinquan sect of the divine world and the people of the holy world were looking for purple blood. Furthermore, Linley himself was very puzzled as well. Why were they searching for blood violet? What was their goal in searching for blood violet? This series of questions, to the current Linley, was without a doubt a problem that gave him a headache. This is the reason why I looked for you this time. However, I found Little Cloud, and that's why you saw me here. As for Gusi, he followed Little Cloud, and that's how we got to know each other. Hearing Shatian's explanation, Lin Ray nodded. All right, since you're here, then stay here. After all, I'm relieved with you around. Lin Ray said and cast a reassuring look at Shatian. He believed in his clone's strength. After all, this was his clone. Okay. Shatian replied to Lin Ray and retreated to the side. As for the reason why he was blinded, he didn't ask. Phew. Looking at Sakura's departure, Linley let out a long sigh as a look of nervousness appeared on his face. Based on the news that Sakura had just given him, This was enough to prove why the Chinkoan sect would target him back in the immortal world. Of course, he believed that the conflict was a part of it. However, he believed that they knew about purple blood. Grandpa! Grandpa! The sudden call of Grandpa caused Linley, who was deep in thought, to be stunned. Grandpa? What the hell is Grandpa? Moreover, he never thought that he would become a grandpa so soon. Coming back to his senses, Linley heard those childish words. For a moment, Linley's divine sense couldn't help but turn to look at the child standing at his feet. Linley was instantly filled with confusion, and his face was filled with confusion. However, he liked this child very much. He liked her very much. After all, she was very cute and very likable. Looking at him, Linley smiled and squatted down. He smiled and said, "Little kid, who are you? Why are you calling me Grandpa? Also, I'm very young. Don't call me Grandpa. Call me Big Brother." When he thought of this, Lin Yun, who was standing at the side, had a deflated expression. It was as if he had eaten **T. On the other side, Gu Si and Di Shirtion couldn't help but laugh. Looking at everyone's laughter, Lin Rei was even more confused. However, he didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, he focused all his attention on the child. "Speak. Why are you here? Who are your parents? Didn't they tell you that it's dangerous here?" Moreover, just as Lin Rei was talking nonstop, Lin Yun couldn't take it anymore. If he continued, his daughter's seniority would surpass his. Father, don't say that. She's your granddaughter. Oh, my granddaughter." Hearing his son's words, Lin Rei didn't react for a moment. His face was filled with calmness. However, in the next moment, Lin Rei's expression changed completely. He cried out in surprise. "What? Mama, my granddaughter? This is you?" Seeing such a big reaction from his father, Lin Yun felt happy in his heart. He immediately pulled the girl beside him into his embrace and said, "Father, this is my wife. I met her in the immortal world. Her name is Sun Yuan. As for this little girl, she is my daughter with Yuan. Her name is Lin Ling." Chapter 677. For a long time, Lin Rei didn't react to his son's words. After all, this matter happened too suddenly. Moreover, he even asked his granddaughter to call him Big Brother. Lin Rei felt awkward. "Brat, don't say it. You made me feel so awkward. Let's see how I'll deal with you in the future." When Linley came back to his senses, he looked at Lin Yun with his divine sense and muttered in his heart. However, Linley was very fond of this cute and obedient granddaughter. Moreover, he couldn't let Lin Yun know what he was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely run away. Phew! Granddaughter! Looking at the little girl, Lin Rei felt melancholy. After all, he had already lost his granddaughter. If he was still on his original planet, he would have turned into a pile of dirt by now. "Grandpa, are you all right?" At this moment, the little girl's voice sounded once more. Lin Rei immediately came back to his senses. He reached out and hugged the 5-year-old Lin Ling with a smile on his face. When Ning saw this scene, she also smiled. It wasn't because of Lin Ling, but because her husband hadn't smiled like this in a long time. Linger, not bad. This name is not bad. It's exquisite and cute. It's worthy of my granddaughter's name, Lin Rei. Not bad, not bad. Looking at his granddaughter in his arms, Lin Rei's face was filled with a never-before-seen smile. The calmness from before had disappeared at this moment. Sun Yuan, who was originally worried about this, had a new understanding of her father-in-law at this moment. "You're Sun Yuan?" Linley asked as he raised his head and scanned the woman next to Lin Yun with his spirit sense. Yes, father." Seeing how nervous she was, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "Why are you so nervous? I'm not a tiger. You don't have to be so afraid. But since you're already married to my son, you two have to support each other in the future. If that brat bullies you in the future, feel free to look for me. See if I don't skin him alive." Lin Yun's body trembled when he heard those words. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything else. I understand, father." Looking at them, Lin Rei was extremely happy. following which he called out to the scarlet flame tiger behind him, "Little tiger, come here." Oh, whoa. Hearing Lin Rei's call, the scarlet flame tiger roared, then quickly walked to his side and spoke in human language. "Young master, why are you looking for me?" "Ah, Grandpa, he can speak human language." At this moment, Lin Ling exclaimed. Her face was full of joy. Lin Rei, who had been looking at her, smiled and rubbed her head. He then said to her, "Of course, don't look at him first. He's an emperor god beast. Even in the entire divine world, there aren't many of them. Moreover, his bloodline is even stronger." At this point, Lin Rei didn't stop and continued, "Do you want to ride it?" "Father, you can't this." At this moment, when Lin Yun heard his father's words, he immediately tried to stop him. However, just when he was halfway through his words, Lin Rei interrupted him. "Shut up. I'm talking to my granddaughter. You have no right to interrupt. Scram to the side." When he said that, everyone present, including the scarlet flame tiger, was speechless. At this moment, no one present had seen Lin Rei's current state. However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been hiding in Lin Rei's arms, giggled when she saw her father being scolded. Hearing his daughter's laughter, Lin Yun's face turned red. He looked up and said softly, "Father, you in front of my daughter, can't you give me some face? If you like this, how can I discipline her in the future? TSK, I don't care. Anyway, you can't touch my granddaughter. If you're touched, see if I don't skin you alive." With that said, he didn't wait for Lin Yun to refute and went to the scarlet flame tiger's back. Then, he placed Ling Er on its back and said, "Let's go, little tiger. Take me to see what this Xuanzong sect has become. I haven't seen it for so long. Let's see if it has changed." "Yes, young master." Hearing Lin Rei's order, the scarlet flame tiger immediately used its cultivation. A moment ago, it was still in front of everyone's eyes, but the next moment, it disappeared. This scene made everyone very confused, including Ying, Lin Yun, and the rest. However, to Xie Feng, it was nothing. "All right, you guys stay here. I'll go see what that brat wants." This sudden sentence made everyone look at Xie Feng. In response, Lin Yun looked at her, and suddenly, his eyes were filled with confusion and venerable realm. After all, this was a brat who could call him father. Moreover, Ying and the rest didn't say anything. Based on this, he could guess that this woman was not simple. Oh, the cry of a phoenix was heard. It was originally a peerless beauty, but in the next moment, she turned into a phoenix that was 100 feet tall. The cold, murderous aura around her spread to the entire sect's entrance at this moment. What? How is this possible? This murderous aura? At this moment, Lin Yun, who felt Xie Feng's murderous aura, froze on the spot, unable to move, especially when he saw her suddenly turn into a phoenix. Lin Yun was even more in disbelief. "All right, will the three of you stay here, or will you follow me to chase after Lin Rei?" Xie Feng, who had turned into a phoenix, looked down at the three ghost kings and asked, "We will follow Senior Xie Feng to find the young master's trace." Hearing Xie Feng's words, the three of them looked at each other. Then they calmed down and released their cultivation, floating in the air. "All right, since this is the case, let's go." Looking at the actions of the three of them, Xie Feng took action. She spread her wings, and her huge figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only a gust of wind behind. The three ghost kings, who had been following Xie Feng, watched as Xie Feng disappeared. Then, they didn't stay any longer and chased after Xie Feng. They were so fast that no one knew how they disappeared. F***CK, this what the F***CK is going on. At this moment, Lin Yun, who was standing at the sect's entrance, saw this dramatic scene. Instantly, his heart was filled with doubts. He came to the side of the male brother and asked curiously, "Uncle Dong, what exactly is going on? Those people are, they were all subdued by your father." Of course, I'm talking about the three people who left, but the phoenix at the beginning also followed him of her own accord. As for how your father did it, none of us know. Speaking of this, the male brother paused for a moment and then said again, When your father went to the 9 underworlds, he was still fine. However, when he came back, although he brought back a powerful CF phone, he was already blind when he appeared again. What? Lin Yun, who had been listening attentively, was stunned. He knew about the 9 underworlds, and he also knew what his father was doing. However, he couldn't understand why his father was blinded when he could subdue such a powerful existence. Lin Yun didn't dare to imagine that there were powerful existences in the divine realm who loved his father. However, this was the only explanation for this matter. After all, only someone stronger could have such strength. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You have to remember that CF Feng isn't your father's subordinate, so you have to be respectful to her in the future. As for the other three, you have to treat them with respect as well. After all, they are peak ultimate gods and are already half a step into the saint realm. Do you hear me? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that, especially when he heard that the three of them were half a step into the saint realm. He admired his father even more. All right, let's go. We can't stay here forever. At this moment, Ying, who had been silent all this while, spoke to everyone and took the lead to walk into the sect alone. At this moment, Lin Yun only realized that he had forgotten about Ying's existence when he heard Ying's words. Lin Yun suddenly wanted to slap himself. Greetings, father. She's my father's wife, Ying. She has a son and a daughter with my father. Then, without waiting for Sun Yuan to prepare, Lin Yun immediately chased after Ying with his arms around her waist. In response, the male brother who saw this scene smiled and then led Hong Lian and the others through the mountain gate. It was also at this moment that the mountain gate closed. Grandpa, this is so handsome. And this tiger, he is so cute and domineering. I like it so much. At this moment, the red flame tiger, who had left the mountain gate, was carrying Lin Rei and Lin Ling in the air. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was sitting on its back, giggled. Looking at his granddaughter, the more Lin Rei looked at her, the more he liked her. However, the red flame tiger was a little unhappy with her words. Young master, is there such a thing as cute and domineering together in this world? PFFF. At this moment, after hearing the little dragon's words and thinking about what his granddaughter had said, he felt that it made sense. After all, it was a little awkward to put cute and domineering together. All right, go and network. After all, she is still young. When she grows up, she won't say that anymore. Looking at the red flame tiger, Lin Rei couldn't help but comfort it. Then, looking at Lin Ling in his arms, Lin Rei smiled. Then, with a thought, a jade pendant made of 1,000,000 years old warm jade appeared in his hand. Looking at the jade pendant, he realized that it had taken him a Herculean effort to complete it. It had many uses, and this jade pendant probably didn't even exist in the God realm. It was worth at least a few 100,000,000 gold coins. Chapter 678. Shaoling Air. Do you like this? If you like it, Grandpa will give it to you. This will be very beneficial to your cultivation in the future. Not only can it stabilize your invisibility, but it can also speed up your cultivation. Also, with it, you won't go crazy when you cultivate in the future. At this moment, Lin Rei took out the 1,000,000-year jade pendant and placed it in front of Lin Ling. If Lin Yun was here at this moment, he would definitely be very envious of his daughter. Because, back then, Lin Rei never gave him something like this. Of course, although he didn't have this jade pendant, Lin Rei gave him other precious things that he couldn't forget. At this moment, looking at the jade pendant that suddenly appeared, Lin Ling's eyes revealed a trace of love. However, for some reason, she shook her head and rejected it. But now, Lin Rei, who used his spirit sense as his eyes, could naturally see the love in his granddaughter's eyes. Moreover, although she shook her head, her eyes never left the jade pendant. Instead, she stared even more intensely. Seeing this, Lin Rei smiled and didn't care about anything else. He immediately took out a set of god artifact clothes and placed it in front of her. Here, the first drop of blood is on the clothes. From now on, this will be your clothes. This set of clothes is very powerful. Looking at the clothes that suddenly appeared, Lin Ling also liked it very much. However, she still wanted to shake her head. Before doing this, Lin Ray was already prepared. As long as she shook her head, he would do it without saying anything. Then, the instant he saw his granddaughter shake her head, Lin Ray immediately grabbed Lin Ling's hand with one hand. Then his spirit chi turned into a needle and directly pierced her hand, forcing a drop of blood to drip on the clothes and the jade pendant. Swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, two dazzling rays of light appeared. Although they were resplendent, they were fleeting and disappeared in an instant. The light was calm. At this moment, the item in Lin Ray's hand was now on her body, and the jade pendant was pinned to her waist. She was cute to begin with, and now that Linley had given her a red outfit and a white jade pendant, Lin Ling looked especially adorable right now. Looking at his granddaughter, Lin Ray smiled. That's right. How can my granddaughter be bad? Hee hee. Young master, you really care a lot for little Mississippi. That jade pendant just now. I'm sure you won't be able to find another one like it in the entire God world. As for that set of clothes, it's even more amazing. It must have high divine level spirit chi, right? Oh, it's okay. TSK. But it's a pity that I haven't forged a god artifact yet. So if I want to give my granddaughter the best in the world, I'll have to wait for a while. Lin Ray didn't need to hide anything from the Red Flame Tiger. Moreover, when he found out that Lin Ling was his granddaughter, he thought that he must give her the best. After all, this was Lin Ray's first time being a grandfather. Even he couldn't describe this feeling. However, after hearing Lin Ray's words, the Red Flame Tiger obediently shut its mouth. It knew that Lin Ray couldn't hear anything now. Lin Ray glanced at Lin Ling and said to the Red Flame Tiger, "Let's go to the meeting room." "Yes, young master." Hearing the order, the Scarlet Flame Tiger responded and increased its speed, rushing towards the highest palace. Its speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning from the ninth heaven. In an instant, it disappeared, leaving no trace of its passing. At this moment, behind Lin Ray, Xiefeng led the three Ghost Kings and chased closely. Finally, they caught up to Lin Ray at the entrance of a palace. As soon as they landed, Xiefeng came to Lin Ray's side. Before Lin Ray could speak, Xiefeng said, "Lin Ray, you can't be like this. I'm your guest at least. You actually forgot about me when you have a granddaughter." As he spoke, the demonic phoenix turned to look at Lin Ling, who was in Linley's arms. The current Lin Ling was completely different from the little girl from before. Perhaps it was because she was wearing a high-grade divine artifact and that million-year-old jade pendant. But the current Lin Ling was filled with an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Given how adorable she was, seeing her demonic phoenix, the demonic phoenix instantly came to a halt. Wow, so cute. This sudden change to Linley really wasn't something he was used to. Just a moment ago, her face was as cold as ice. Now, she was smiling gently. Linley was completely stupefied by this. At this moment, while Lin Ray was still in a daze, Xiefeng took a step forward and snatched Lin Ling from Lin Ray's arms. Lin Ray wanted to go up to Xiefeng, but just as he was about to do so, he saw Xiefeng's murderous eyes. Immediately, Lin Ray stopped in his tracks. Sigh. Lin Ray was really helpless at this scene, but thinking that she wouldn't hurt his granddaughter, he relaxed. "Okay, since you're here, come in with me. There's nowhere you can't go anyway." Looking at her, Lin Ray glanced at Lin Ling in her arms, and then walked into the palace. The door was pushed open by Lin Ray. However, as soon as he opened the door, Lin Ray saw some of the higher-ups who didn't go to welcome him. They were standing in the palace and chatting enthusiastically. Not bad. Looking at them, Lin Ray was dazed for a moment. Then he came back to his senses, smiled, and took a step forward. Then he disappeared. Xiefeng was already used to this scene. When Lin Ray appeared this time, he came to the sect master's seat. Naturally, he went to sit on the sect leader's throne. The moment Linley sat on the sect leader's throne, the smile on his face immediately turned cold. A domineering aura exuded from Lin Ray's body at this moment. Perhaps even Lin Ray himself didn't know about this. Wow, Grandpa is so cool. At this moment, Xie Feng, who was still standing at the entrance of the palace, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Lin Ray's current appearance. I didn't expect this kid to have such a side. No wonder he's the Sect master. Not bad. At this moment, Xie Feng looked at Lin Ray and smiled. Then, she led the three ghost kings into the palace. However, at this moment, Xie Feng and the rest were already waiting in the palace and didn't pay much attention to them. The moment Lin Ray appeared on the Sect master's throne, everyone immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. We, the disciples of the Xuanzong sect, welcome back, Sect master. Their voices were deafening. Then, a wave of energy spread out in all directions. You're all up. Seeing their actions, Linley's face was expressionless as he spoke coldly to them. Yes, we'll obey. Hearing Lin Ray's order, everyone stood up. Then, they lowered their heads and waited without saying a word. Lin Ray looked at them speechlessly. Sigh. Okay, you guys can just stand there. Since you know that I'm back, I'll say something. Seeing their silence, Lin Ray finally couldn't help but say to them, all of you, this sovereign has already said it in the immortal realm. You don't have to kneel when you see this sovereign. As for bowing and saluting, this sovereign has already emphasized this matter many times. This is the last time. If you do this again, humph, go to the law enforcement department to receive your punishment. We'll obey. Looking at them, Lin Ray felt very helpless. When he left 1,000 years ago, they were like this. He didn't expect them to be like this. Regarding this, he had nothing to say. Okay, all of you can leave. I'll go back to inspect your parts and see how much progress you've made in the past 1,000 years. Yes, we welcome Sect Master. We'll take our leave. After saying that, everyone bowed to him and then quickly left. Linley was even more speechless at this. After saying goodbye, they all seemed to be very afraid of him. Sigh. Looking at them leaving, Lin Ray shook his head helplessly. At this moment, he remembered that Bing, Tianyun, and the others were still in the system. Immediately, Lin Ray perked up. With a thought, a group of people appeared in the originally empty hall. The person in the lead was Bing, who Lin Ray felt very guilty about. Next was Tianyun, Ming, and the others. Looking at them, Lin Ray smiled. After all, they were all brothers who had gone through life and death with him. At that moment, Ice and the others appeared in the hall and scanned their surroundings. When they realized where they were, they quickly turned around and saw Linley, who was sitting on the sect leader's seat. They were shocked and quickly bowed to him. Wu Bing greets, Sect Master. As soon as I spoke, everyone reacted and bowed. We, Tianyun, Kagan, and the others, pay our respects to the Sect Master. All right, get up. Looking at them, Lin Ray's face was full of smiles. The coldness from before had disappeared at this moment. Yes, Sect Master. Hearing the order, everyone returned to normal. However, at this moment, they were looking around with nostalgia in their hearts. However, at this moment, except for Bing, Ming, and Tianyun who were looking at Lin Ray, everyone else was looking at the surroundings. Lin Ray didn't stop them. After all, they had lived here for many years. It was normal for them to miss it. Bing, come here. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was sitting on the seat, beckoned to Bing, who was standing below. Oh, okay. Although Bing was puzzled by Lin Ray's action, he agreed in the end and strode towards Lin Ray. His speed was not very fast, but it did not take long for him to arrive. When he came to Linley's side, Ice was very cautious. Seeing this, Linley felt even more guilty. Linger, greet Grandma. Chapter 679. What? Lin Ray's words stunned Hong Lian and the three Ghost Kings. However, at this moment, just as Lin Ray was speaking, Lin Yun, Sun Yuan, Hong Lian, and the others arrived at the entrance of the palace. However, they didn't expect to hear such words the moment they arrived. However, they were not the only ones who were shocked at this moment. Even Tian Bing was unable to react to what was going on. But at this moment, Tian Yun and Ming, who were below, revealed happy smiles on their faces. Bing, you finally waited for this day. I told you that young master wouldn't be like this. He loves you. Congratulations, Bing. Right now, Lindley didn't know what Tian Yun and Bing were thinking. Naturally, Bing didn't know either. However, they remembered everything that had happened in the past. Therefore, when Lindley said those words, the first thing that came to their minds was to feel happy for Bing. However, Lin Ray, who was sitting in his seat, was amused when he saw everyone's expression, including Bing's. Why? You don't want to? I want to. At this moment, when he heard Lin Ray's words, Bing responded immediately. He was very fast. He was very satisfied with Bing's answer. After all, he was able to respond in such a short time. It could be said that this was Bing's true thoughts. All right, Kumlinger, call her Grandma. She's your grandpa's wife. This, Lin Ray's words caused another person's dissatisfaction. It was obvious that this person was Ing, who was standing at the entrance and hadn't come in yet. At this moment, her face was full of doubt and disbelief. She was filled with all kinds of things that she had never thought of before. This matter came too suddenly, so she couldn't react in time. Grandma. At this moment, Lin Ling still listened to Lin Ray's words. She came in front of Bing and called out in a childish voice, "Hello, Grandma." At this moment, Bing was so excited that he couldn't speak. After all, if he agreed to call her Grandma, it would mean that he admitted to the matter with Lin Ray. However, this was something that he had always hoped for. After all, she had given herself to Lindley earlier than Ing. Although they had been very busy and didn't have much time to be together, she still remembered the time they had spent together. Now, what he had hoped for finally happened. Bing was so excited that he cried. Tears flowed from his eyes uncontrollably at this moment, but he still had a smile on his face. Okay. Immediately, a golden light flashed and a purple hairpin appeared in Bing's hand. Purple cloud hairpin? At this moment, Lin Ray, who was sitting on his seat, looked at the hairpin in Bing's hand and immediately recognized the name of the item. At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's exclamation, Bing smiled and waved at Lin Ling. "Come, Ling Er, Grandma doesn't have anything to give you. Grandma took this from someone in the past. Although it's not as good as the jade pendant and spirit chi divine robe that your grandpa gave you, Grandma's isn't bad either." As he spoke, Bing reached out and inserted the purple cloud hairpin into Lin Ling's hair. At this moment, the moment Bing inserted the hairpin into Lin Ling's hair, a purple light pillar appeared and shrouded her. Ling Er, at that moment, the instant the abnormal phenomenon appeared, Sun Yuan, who was standing at the entrance of the palace, had a nervous expression on her face. She was so worried that she could not stop herself from crying out in alarm. She even subconsciously wanted to rush forward and protect her daughter. "Yuan, don't be so nervous. Bing won't hurt Ling. Don't worry. Besides, Father is here. Do you think she'll dare to do that?" Ling Er was stunned for a moment before Lin Yun said, "Yuan, don't worry. Bing won't hurt Ling." As soon as Lin Yun said this, Sun Yuan, who was still a little impulsive and unconvinced, stopped resisting and relaxed. Yes, if he really wants to harm Ling Er, Father would know, right? So don't be anxious. Let's wait and see. Hearing her husband's words, Sun Yuan nodded obediently. However, the worry in her eyes didn't lessen at all. He, the owner chosen by the purple cloud hairpin. It seems like my little granddaughter's talent isn't ordinary either. Purple cloud hairpin. Although it wasn't a top-grade artifact, it was indeed found in an ancient ruin. After the little dragon's analysis, although this item didn't have any explosive properties, there was a sacred-level protective formation on it. As long as the wearer suffered the slightest bit of damage, the formation on the purple cloud hairpin would automatically protect the wearer. Moreover, according to the little dragon, it was a formation that could recharge the formation. This formation used a spirit-gathering formation to restore the formation's energy. As for the original material of the hairpin, it was even more extraordinary. After the little dragon's investigation, the purple cloud hairpin's material was made from a section of wood from a tree of enlightenment. It naturally had the ability to encounter energy. Therefore, based on the above-mentioned functions, it wasn't as precious as Shun Yi's jade pendant, as Bing said. On the contrary, the hairpin was more precious. It was so precious that Lin Ray was a little envious. However, Bing didn't want to give it to him. He said that he wanted her to keep it for self-protection. However, Lin Ray didn't expect Bing to take it out. Why? The violet cloud hairpin shouldn't be the only treasure in your storage ring, right? Why did you take it out? You should know that this thing can save your life and allow you to quickly comprehend the Tao. Why did you? Looking at Bing's indifferent expression, Lin Ray didn't know what to say. Young master, you don't have to say it. I know, but Lin Ling is still young. I don't need it. It would be a waste to keep it with me. So I just gave it to her. It's suitable for her age. Sigh. Hearing Bing's words, Lin Ray sighed and shifted his gaze to the people standing at the door. He then said, "Come in. Why are you standing at the door?" Hearing Lin Ray's summon, they immediately responded, "Yes, we're coming in." After saying that, Lin Yun's group walked into the main hall. At this time, Lin Li's voice echoed once again. "Shadow, come here." The moment Lin Ray finished speaking, Ing disappeared from the crowd. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ray, standing side by side with Bing. "Are you angry?" When Lin Li's divine sense saw that Ing was staring at him expressionlessly, he immediately opened his mouth to question him. No. Regarding Shadow's reply, Lin Li was 100% sure that she was angry. That was why she was like this. Lin Li was quite helpless about this, but there was nothing he could do. Ice's matter had already been decided long ago. Lin Ray observed the expressionless Ing for a while and said, "You don't have to be like this. Sure, Ing, Bing was already one of my people before you. So, in this matter, she's ahead of you and even ahead of Jean Ling. So, you don't have to feel unhappy." What? The moment these words reached Ying's ears, she let out a cry of surprise. Then, she fell silent. She was helpless against Lin Li's words. If it was really according to first come, first served, then Bing would be the first and she would be the third. Thinking about this, Ying's anger dissipated instantly. Her enmity towards Ice had also lessened significantly. Seeing her like this, Lin Li revealed a smile on his face. At this moment, the purple pillar disappeared, and Lin Ling appeared in front of everyone. It recognized her as the master. It recognized her as the master. At this moment, looking at Lin Ling's appearance, Bing said excitedly to Lin Li, "Yes, it recognized her as the master." Seeing Ice's excited smile, Lin Li smiled and said, "Okay, since you gave the purple cloud hairpin to Ling I will make you a new one. I still have a piece of thunderstruck wood that I have never used before. Although it is not as good as the Enlightenment Tea branch, it is still an impeccable treasure." "Ah, okay. At this moment, Ing, who was standing on the side, calmed down and walked slowly to Lin Ling's side. She had her clothes and hairpin. The only thing she needed was to tidy up. Thinking about this, a bright light flashed, and a jade bracelet appeared in Ying's hand. "Zhuyu, hey, you even took this out? If I remember correctly, isn't this your most precious treasure?" Looking at the items that they took out one after another, all of which were items that could make the entire god realm go crazy for a moment, he felt as if there was something that existed among them, and he felt that it was a little too easy. "Of course, your granddaughter is my granddaughter. No matter how precious this thing is, it's just a rock to me. However, it's different in Ling Er's hands. She can bring out the full potential of the Zhuyu, so I'm happy to take it out." Then, Ing came to Lin Ling's side and grabbed her hand without waiting for her to react. She cut her finger and squeezed a drop of blood on the table. Suddenly, a fiery light flashed. However, there was still nothing in Ying's hand. The red jade bracelet was still on Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, the treasures on Lin Ling's body were enough to make the entire divine world, including the supreme gods, want to kill her and rob her of her treasures. After all, the treasures on her body were extremely precious and rare. Chapter 680. Just like that, each of them gave one item to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Yin was a little jealous. After all, Lin Ling had more treasures than her father. Lin Ray, Bing, and Ing weren't the only ones who gave gifts. Even her younger brother, Xie Feng, the three Ghost Kings, Tian Yin, Ming, Kuei Gang, and the others received one each. One must know that they were all above the God Emperor level. Plus, Xie Feng was a Saint State expert. Naturally, the gifts she gave weren't simple. Moreover, if those big shots in the God world were here and saw this scene, they would be shocked. It was impossible for a sect to have so many God Emperors and hierarchs. If Xie Feng's identity was exposed, then all the sects in the God world would have to fall behind. Given Xianzong's current strength, who in the entire God realm would be a match for him? Of course, that would depend on whether or not Lin Li was willing to use these powers. However, one thing was for sure. Lin Rei naturally wouldn't use these powers to annihilate the Qinquan sect. After all, he had long decided to annihilate the Qinquan sect. Moreover, it was his own responsibility. He wouldn't hand it over to anyone else. Seeing this, Lin Rei's heart radiated warmth. He hadn't seen such a scene in 1,000 years. Although he wanted to stand at the peak of Tao, who could understand that kind of loneliness? As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. Although he didn't stand at the peak, he had already reached this step. He more or less understood a little. Grandpa, just as Lin Rei was enjoying this scene, a baby voice sounded from the side. Instantly, Lin Rei came back to his senses and reached out with his spirit sense. At this moment, Lin Ling was already beside him with many things in her hands. There were so many that she almost couldn't carry them all. Looking at his lovely granddaughter, Lin Rei couldn't help but smile. All right, you guys don't have to give it to me one by one. Besides, Lilinger doesn't need it right now, so it's better to wait for her to grow up before you give it to her. At this moment, everyone who heard Lin Rei's words didn't dare to disobey Lin Rei. They nodded and replied, "Yes, we will obey." After saying that, everyone retreated to Lin Yun's side and stood in the hall. Seeing them leave, Lin Li's smile was still the same. He quickly took over the things in Lin Ling's hands. Instantly, Lin Ling, who felt like a heavy burden, was relieved. "Thank you, Grandpa." As soon as she said this, the people who wanted to give gifts looked ashamed. After all, Lin Ling was only a 4 or 5-year-old child. Their magic artifacts weighed hundreds or even thousands of kilograms. Thus, at this moment, everyone lowered their heads. Looking at Lin Ling, Lin Rei reached out and hugged her. He then used his divine sense to look at the people below and laughed. All right, since it's unintentional, there's no need to take it to heart. With that, Lin Rei didn't wait for them to speak and continued. This time, since you've all returned, you can all return to your positions. Yes, we will obey. At this moment, a portion of the people below heard Lin Rei's order and bowed respectfully before leaving the room. At this moment, although some people left, there were still a lot of people. The 6 of you will cultivate in the secret realm. Your cultivation has increased, but your mental state is still unstable. During this period of time, don't cultivate in the real world. If I find out that you didn't do as I said, yes, we will obey Master's orders. When Lin Wan Yu heard Lin Rei's words, she nodded and left the hall. Kuagong, Tianyun, Ming, and the others, you guys go as well. During this period of time, you guys will test the strength of the current sect disciples. Try to make them break through during this period of time. If you need pills, just go to the pill shop to get them. No need to report. Yes, we will do as you say. Just like that, wave after wave of people left the hall. At this moment, only Lin Yun, Sun Yuan, Bing, Ing, Xie Feng, the 3 Ghost Kings, and Ling Er were left in the hall. Looking at them, Lin Rei thought for a moment and said, "Gui Li, the 3 of you will follow this sovereign to the secret realm. Your main mission is to help me look after Ling Er when I don't have time. Help her grow stronger quickly. Even if she can't reach the heavens in one step, she must have the ability to protect herself. As for Xinguang, you'll follow as well. Help me look after Ling Er. Of course, don't let her cultivate all the time. After all, she is still a child. When she is bored and feels that her cultivation is lacking, tell her about the outside world. Yes, we will do as you say." Hearing Lin Rei's orders, the 4 of them nodded. They couldn't disobey Lin Rei's orders. even if he told them to commit suicide. They wouldn't hesitate. However, Sun Yuan didn't agree with Lin Rei's orders. She wanted to say something several times, but she was stopped by her father. Lin Rei naturally knew about this. Looking at her, Lin Rei asked, "Yuan heir, if you have something to say, just say it." Sun Yuan didn't hide and said, "Father, my daughter is still too young. If you let her cultivate like this, I'm afraid she won't be able to take it. Moreover, I don't want to be separated from my daughter." All right, that's enough. When Lin Yun heard his wife's words, he immediately changed his expression. Her expression changed, and she hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Yuan, father has his own plans. Since father wants Ling to cultivate, then let Ling cultivate. I know that father is doing all this for Ling sake. But seeing her husband like this, she knew that she couldn't continue. However, when she thought about her daughter being separated from her, she couldn't bear to. However, the scene below gave Lin Rei a headache. She had thought about Sun Yuan's words before. 10 minutes later, Lin Rei saw that the people below were still arguing about Ling Er. For a moment, Lin Rei sighed bitterly in his heart. Forget it. Do as you see fit. Since you, as her mother, don't agree, then I have even less right. As he spoke, Lin Li looked at the 3 ghoul kings and Xin Guang, then said to them, "The 4 of you, go watch over those useless disciples of mine. Although they still have the power of divine sovereigns, their temperaments are unstable and their insights are lacking. During this period of time, have them work hard on improving their insights. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." As soon as Lin Yun said that, Sun Yuan, who was arguing with Lin Yun, revealed a smile. As for Lin Yun, he felt extremely guilty. Seeing that the matter was settled, Lin Yun stood up from his seat and said to everyone, "Everyone, this sovereign will be going into seclusion for a period of time. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me." After saying that, Lin Rei didn't wait for the expressions of the people around him to change. He signaled to Xie Feng with his eyes and instantly disappeared from the hall. As for Lin Ling, she sat alone on the Sect Master's throne. All of this had happened too quickly. Before everyone could even relax, Lin Li had already disappeared. Regarding this, Lin Yun, who was standing below, felt even more uncomfortable. Of course, he also felt regretful. After all, he knew the strength of the 3 ghost kings. Now such a good teacher was gone just like that. He felt extremely regretful. He even regretted not being more resolute before this. The originally beautiful event ended unhappily just like that. Everyone left one by one. In the end, only Lin Yun's family was left in the hall. "Father, grandfather, why did he leave?" At this moment, Lin Ling, who was sitting on the Sect Master's throne, didn't say anything. She only dared to speak after everyone left. Your grandfather still has things to do." Lin Yun revealed an awkward expression when he heard his daughter's question. "Oh." Hearing her father's words, a trace of disappointment appeared on Lin Ling's face. It was as though she had lost something. Seeing his daughter in such a state, Lin Yun didn't say anything. After all, she was only 4 or 5 years old. Lin Yun didn't think too much. In his mind, he felt that his daughter was still young and didn't know anything. In the secret realm behind the main hall, Lin Rei came here after leaving the main hall. He stood beside a pool and looked at what used to be a house and the flowing water. At this moment, Lin Rei's heart calmed down. "What's the matter?" After such a calm moment, a voice came from behind. A woman in fiery red clothes walked over from behind. "You're here." Hearing this, Lin Rei didn't turn around. Instead, he smiled at her and replied. The person who came was none other than Xie Feng, who Lin Rei had hinted at with his eyes in the main hall. "Yes. Tell me, why did you call me here?" Hearing how straightforward Xie Feng was, Lin Rei didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, "I'm going into seclusion for a period of time. When I come out, I'll make a trip to the 9th continent. However, this time, I'm going with Chu Ci and Yun Kai. I don't plan to bring anyone else, so I want to say, you want me to stay here and guard the sect so that it won't be in danger, right?" Hearing Lin Li's words, the evil phoenix immediately understood. Before Linley could finish, she interrupted him and said, "Don't worry, Linley, don't worry. Don't worry. Haha, only Siafong knows me well." Hearing Siafong say what she was thinking, Lin Rei smiled and said, "You're right. That's exactly what I was thinking. Although the sect has Gui Li and the other two, as well as Xianguang, the God Realm is so big, so I'm still a bit worried. I sent you 15 out to gather materials for refining pills and still haven't returned. So I want you to stay here and guard the sect so that you won't be in danger." Of course. Chapter 681. Upon hearing Lin Rei's words, Xie Feng fell silent. "Why? Are you unwilling?" Upon seeing Xie Feng's silence, Lin Rei asked doubtfully. In fact, before he asked, he did not expect her to agree so quickly. After all, she was a Saint Stage powerhouse. Although their relationship had changed along the way, it was only a change. He knew that he could not order Xie Feng around. The silent atmosphere made Lin Rei feel depressed. After more than 10 minutes, seeing that Xie Feng did not agree, Lin Rei suddenly laughed and said, Actually, it's nothing. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. It's not bad to have the 3 Ghost Kings and Xinguang." After saying that, Lin Rei was about to turn around and walk into the room. But at this moment, just as Lin Rei was about to turn around and leave, Xie Feng's voice sounded. "I say, can't you ask nicely? Look at you just now." Upon hearing Xie Feng's words, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment. He was full of doubts and did not understand what she meant. Sigh, what a blockhead. Looking at Lin Rei's puzzled face, Xie Feng could not stand it anymore. She casually replied, "Okay, you can go into seclusion. I'll look after this place for you. Besides, my son is still with you." "Really?" Upon hearing Xie Feng's promise, Lin Rei immediately confirmed it with her in surprise. "Nonsense. I won't care if you continue to talk nonsense." Hearing Lin Rei's doubts, Xie Feng was stunned for a moment. Then, her face was filled with displeasure. That I know." "Thanks. Say it." Without waiting for Xie Feng's reply, he directly teleported and disappeared on the spot. Just as curiosity made Xie Feng regret her words, she escaped. Alas, in the end, Xie Feng could only shake her head and sigh at Lin Rei's actions. She didn't say anything and instead sat down cross-legged. She sat quietly in the pool and closed her eyes to cultivate. At this moment, in the system space, Lin Rei looked at Xie Feng outside and let out a long sigh. Then he smiled. "Tisk, stinking brat. You only know how to use this move. After so many years, you don't even know how to change it." At that moment, Xiaolong's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Instantly, an awkward smile appeared on Linley's face. He replied, "Damn, you make it sound so nice, but the opponent is a saint. I know that divine emperors have a saint protecting them. If I don't use this move, what if the opponent goes back on his word?" Looking at the little dragon, Lin Rei despised him to death in his heart. "Moreover, do you really think that my relationship with Xie Feng is good? You have to know that the two of us are just taking what we need." "Ah, all right, whatever you say." Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon chuckled and walked towards him step by step. "Oh, by the way, I found a cultivation technique for the Talisman Dao for you." "Good. Didn't you say that you wanted to go into seclusion?" "Good. Use this opportunity to cultivate the Talisman Dao. Moreover, it's very easy for you to cultivate the Talisman Dao." Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei was confused for a moment. "Why do you say that? I don't remember learning the Talisman Dao before." Hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Of course I know that. What I want to say is that although the Talisman Dao and the Talisman Dao are different, they achieve the same result by different means. Your Talisman Dao is naturally cultivated to the honorable level. Moreover, you have powerful mental strength and divine sense. Therefore, if you cultivate the Talisman Dao, it can be said that you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, speaking of this, the little dragon looked at him jealously and continued, adding up all the above, others would need more than 10 days to cultivate to the first level, but you only need 1 day. so be content. Really? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray asked doubtfully. However, when the little dragon said that sentence, he actually believed it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Hearing Lin Ray's doubts, the little dragon threw a sentence at him directly. Then, a mysterious message appeared in his mind instantly. Even Lin Ray himself did not know how it came about. It just appeared out of nowhere. Truth of Talisman Dao, Hongming's cultivation method, specialized in the origin of Talisman Dao. It was divided into 9 levels. The 9th level could reach the peak and enter the beginning. Damn, Hongming's cultivation method. This, Lin Ray sorted out the inexplicable memories that appeared in his mind, and a set of Talisman Dao cultivation method appeared. After seeing the introduction of the truth of Talisman Dao, Lin Ray was stunned. Fisk, it's good that you know. I spent a lot of effort to find this cultivation method for you. Seeing how excited Lin Ray was, the little dragon smiled contentedly and said, "You have to remember that this cultivation method is now the peak of this world. When you cultivate, remember to guard against arrogance and rashness. You can't act recklessly. This cultivation method will cause you to go berserk. When that happens, even I can't help you. Do you understand?" "Huh? I understand. Don't worry." Using his divine sense to explore the little dragon's cautious expression, Lin Ray instantly knew that this was not a joke. It would really be like what the little dragon said. Lin Ray became more careful. However, he could not wait to start cultivating this cultivation method immediately. But when he thought of his promise to Chu Ci, Lin Ray's excitement was extinguished by this matter. "Okay, it's good that you know." Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon felt relieved. If this was the Lin Ray of the past, he might still be worried. But now, after going through so many things, he knew that the impulsive boy in the past had grown up. Okay. Let's leave it at that for now. When I start cultivating, I'll come back here. After all, this is the first time I've come into contact with this cultivation method. It's better for you to watch than for me to do it myself. When he spoke up to this point, Linley looked up into the sky and sighed. He then said, "I'm going to help Chu Ci remove the pill poison from his body. Who knows, his cultivation might explode to become a god emperor, or even higher after he removes the pill poison from his body." Hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon slapped his head and waved his hand to dismiss him. "Right, I forgot you had this matter. All right, since it's like this, then you can go first. But remember, the pill poison isn't so easy to refine. Of course, you still have nothing to fear since you possess the illusory spirit bloodfire. But you must know that little fellow Chu Ci is only an ordinary cultivator, so you must be careful." Without waiting for Lin Ray's reply, the little dragon directly closed its eyes and entered meditation. Looking at the little dragon, Lin Ray smiled and nodded to it before disappearing from the region. The system was divided into several regions, and the region just now was the little dragon's exclusive region. At this moment, Lin Ray was about to go to one of the regions that had been taken into the system. In the system, as long as Lin Ray wanted to go, he would be in one region a moment ago, and in the next, he would be in another region in an instant. At this moment, in the area where Chu Ci and Yun Kai were, where there were originally only the two of them, a figure suddenly appeared. There was no sign at all, and there was not even the slightest sound. "Chu Ci." A voice directly pulled Chu Ci back from his cultivation. The person who called Chu Ci was none other than Lin Ray, who had been talking to the little dragon earlier. Chu Ci, who was pulled back to reality by the voice, opened her eyes in confusion and turned to look at the source of the voice with a displeased expression. However, the moment she turned and saw Lin Ray, Chu Ci became excited. Kaya! Seeing that it was Lin Ray, Chu Ci immediately turned and called out to Yun Kai. What's the matter?" Yun Kai was done. Seeing her fiancé so emotional, instantly, she couldn't help but laugh. Xin Yin asked doubtfully, Young master is here." "What young master?" The moment she heard Lin Ray's arrival, Yun Kai almost screamed out loud. She was so excited that she jumped up from the ground. "Young master." She turned, and as soon as she saw Linley, she hurriedly bowed and said respectfully to Linley, "Ha!" Looking at the two of them, Lin Ray smiled and said, "All right, the two of you don't have to be so restrained. I'm here today to fulfill my promise." Without waiting for the two of them to speak, Lin Ray waved his hand, and a huge cauldron appeared in front of the two of them. There were many drawings of herbs and various divine treasures that they had never seen before on the huge cauldron. There was also a drawing of some rare and exotic beast that they had never seen before. Chu Si was excited when he saw the huge cauldron. He knew the treatment plan. It was just throwing him into the huge cauldron and refining the pill toxins in his body like refining pills. All right, you know it even if I don't say it. However, before we start, I want to ask you if you want me to use this method. I've never tried this method before, so if anything happens, I'll be in trouble. If anything happens, I won't be responsible. It's all right, young master. Just do it. I can take it. Also, I trust you, young master. Hearing Lin Ray's persuasion, Chu Si directly stated his choice. Hearing this, Lin Ray revealed a gratified smile. All right, you'll feel fortunate for the choice you've made. Trust me, when you appear again, not only will the pill poison in your body disappear, your cultivation will also skyrocket. Not only that, I'll also help you completely resolve the unstable situation of your marks this time. Thank you, young master. Hearing his gratitude, Lin Ray smiled. All right, don't be in such a hurry to thank me. After helping you refine and increase your cultivation, I still want you to bring me to the 9th continent and help me enter the ancient corpse vault. What? Young master, you said the ancient corpse vault? Chapter 682. That's right, you know. Seeing such a huge reaction from the two of them, Linley's interest was piqued. After all, if he didn't go, then once the 100-year time limit was up, then at that time his life might be lost. Chu Si and Yun Kai's expressions turned unsightly when they heard this. They wanted to say something several times, but they didn't in the end. It was as if this matter was very difficult to say. Furthermore, at this moment, both of their faces were extremely pale. Linley could even feel that their bodies were trembling. Linley was puzzled about this, but he was more curious. He was curious as to what kind of place this ancient corpse trove was to be able to cause the two of them to be in such a state. Tell me, what kind of place is this ancient corpse trove? Why are you so afraid when I see it? And why are you trembling when you hear its name? Young master. The two of them didn't want to say anything when they heard Lin Ray's interrogation, but they couldn't disobey orders. They could only briefly explain the ancient corpse trove to him. It's like this. They glanced at Lin Ray, then looked at each other. Chu Si said, the ancient corpse trove is a place that even a 3-year-old child knows about in the 9th continent. However, it's not famous because it's a paradise. On the contrary, the ancient corpse trove is a place of extreme and extreme coldness. Lin Ray's expression changed slightly when he heard Chu Si's words. His expression became serious. However, Chu Si was even more exaggerated than before. His entire body was trembling so much that he was about to have a seizure. Seeing him like this, Linley became even more curious about the ancient corpse trove. Even though it was a place filled with evil, it was a place that even a 3-year-old child knew about. He really wanted to see how terrifying it was. At this moment, Chu Si, who had stopped speaking, spoke again. The ancient corpse vault is full of buried experts from the remote antiquity era and later. However, it is a place of extreme and extreme coldness. So after such a long time, the corpses have already changed. Although they died, they took advantage of the terrain and came back to life, becoming existences beyond the 6 Tao and the 5 elements. No one in the divine realm could do anything to them because their cultivation was too high before they died. Moreover, they were experts from the ancient times, and their cultivation techniques were even more powerful. Therefore, there was once a peak ultimate god expert who was only 1 step away from entering the saint realm. However, he disappeared after entering the ancient corpse vault. That expert's descendant had been guarding the entrance of his sect. However, that person never came out after millions of years. That sect eventually died because there was no expert guarding it. Therefore, young master, you mustn't enter the ancient corpse trove. We can't enter this place. I think even Saint Realm experts would find it difficult to enter. Lin Ray, who had been listening attentively to the introduction of the ancient corpse trove, was in a dilemma. He must obtain the ancient corpse king's inner core. But after listening to Chu Si's introduction of the ancient corpse trove, he knew that this place was very terrifying. However, he said he wouldn't go just because of Chu Si's words. After all, this was indirectly related to his own life. Therefore, he had already made up his mind on this matter. Returning to his senses, Lin Ray used his divine sense to investigate the pale-faced and trembling Chu Si and Yun Kai. Immediately, he showed a reassuring smile and said, "Be careful. I won't be so impulsive. I won't play around with my own life before I understand the situation." Having said that, Lin Ray didn't say anything else. Instead, he came to the front of the worldly Huayu and placed his left hand on it. Immediately, the illusory spirit blood fire appeared and began to warm up the giant cauldron. Young master, really don't go. No one has come out of the ancient corpse trove since the beginning. The dangers inside are not something we can imagine. Lin Ray, who was warming up the worldly Huayu, heard Chu Si's agitated dissuasion. For a moment, Lin Ray smiled. This matter is no longer something I can control. I'm going to the ancient corpse trove. Not for anything else, but for my life. Having said that, Lin Ray didn't intend to continue making a fuss. After all, he still needed them to lead the way. Previously, when I was in Tianyang City, I entered a strange place, and then, just like that, Lin Ray told Chu Si and Yun Kai about the cloud trove in full detail. Throughout the entire process, he didn't leave out a single word. After more than 10 minutes, the story finally came to an end. Just like that, I was poisoned. Within 100 years, if I can't get the Corpse King's inner core, then my life will be gone. You can imagine the final result. Life and death, and even my soul will disappear. I won't be able to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, even if you're so afraid of the ancient corpse trove, I must go to this place. Having said that, the warming up of the worldly Huayu also ended. Without waiting for the two to respond, he immediately said, "Okay, I know what I'm doing. But now, immediately, jump into this giant cauldron for me. I'm going to help you detoxify the pill poison." Sigh. Okay. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Chu Si immediately sighed and nodded in agreement. I understand. However, there's one last thing I want to say. Young master, although my cultivation isn't as strong as yours, and I can't even last a few rounds in your hands. However, if you want to go to the trove, I'll take you there. Okay, got it. Hearing Chu Si's words, Lin Ray revealed a grateful smile on his face. Then, without waiting for him to prepare, Lin Ray waved his hand and a giant hand appeared. It directly grabbed Chu Si and threw her into the worldly Huayu. This action made Yun Kai speechless. She felt a slight heartache. After all, the person who was thrown in was her fiancé. Moreover, this method was dangerous. Be careful. I'll try my best to minimize the danger. I definitely won't let anything happen to him. Now that everything was ready, Linley spoke comfortingly to the nearby Cloudy, whose face was filled with worry. Okay, I believe in you, young master. Towards Linley's question, Clouds could only reply in this way. However, in her heart, she was still extremely worried. Chu Si, remember, no matter what kind of pain you encounter, you must endure it. If you relax and faint, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that time, even if I wanted to save you, it would be impossible. Do you remember? At this moment, Chu Si, who was in the heaven and earth magnificent universe, immediately became spirited when she heard those words. She smiled and replied, "Yes, young master. I understand. I know what to do. I will definitely be fine for Kair's sake." Shameless bastard, you must survive. At that moment, Chu Si's voice was extremely loud. It was so loud that even Yun Kai, who stood to the side, heard it. In response, Yun Kai's face reddened and she snorted at her fiancé. Ha! Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Ray smiled and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll do it." With that, a ball of illusory spirit blood fire jumped out from Lin Ray's hand. At that moment, the illusory spirit blood fire seemed to have a spirit. The moment it was released, it flew directly into the worldly Huayu. Hold on. At that moment, Lin Ray was also very confident. Apart from the time he cultivated the lightning body for his son, this was the first time he used the illusory spirit blood fire to refine a human. At that moment, under Lin Ray's control, the illusory spirit blood fire that entered the worldly Huayu directly enveloped Chu Si in the worldly Huayu. An enormous amount of mental energy directly covered Chu Si. As for the illusory spirit blood fire, it directly covered the mental energy. Phew! Sensing the completion of the first step, Lin Ray's forehead broke out in cold sweat. One should know that if the illusory spirit blood fire touched even a little bit, it would be fatal. Sensing the situation in the worldly Huayu, Lin Ray rejoiced. Then, he opened up a small opening in the mental energy that covered Chu Si's body. Then, a trace of the illusory spirit blood fire directly penetrated Chu Si's flesh and entered Chu Si's meridians. It began to circulate rapidly in Chu Si's meridians. The illusory spirit blood fire was the nemesis of evil Yin objects. Pill toxins were also evil Yin objects. Therefore, under the circulation of the illusory spirit blood fire, Chu Si's meridians began to be refined. At that moment, it could be said that it was similar to Lin Ray's reconstruction of Chu Si's meridians. Although it was not a true reconstruction of meridians, the final result was similar. Lin Ray believed that as long as the pill toxins in Chu Si's meridians were refined by the illusory spirit blood fire, Chu Si's meridians would expand a lot. Moreover, the degree of hardness would increase by several times, or even more than 10 times. Of course, this also depended on Chu Si's perseverance. As the saying goes, there are pros and cons. Although the illusory spirit blood fire could refine the pill toxins in Chu Si's meridians and harden them, Chu Si's meridians had a shortcoming. They were too weak. If Chu Si's meridians were too weak and could not withstand the illusory spirit blood fire, then what he had thought before would be nothing but empty talk. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard from the worldly Huayu. Immediately, Yun Kai, who was standing at the side, became nervous. Don't be nervous. This is a normal reaction. If you can't listen to it, just shut off your hearing. In the instant that Chu Si's screams rang out, Lin Li could sense the nervousness and worry emanating from Cloud behind him. But right now, he was a sinner, and he couldn't endure such things. Thus, Lin Li spoke to Cloud. It's okay. Don't worry. I won't disturb you." Having said that, Yun Kai immediately shut her mouth and looked at the worldly Huayu affectionately and worriedly. Meanwhile, in the worldly Huayu, Chu Si's face was distorted by the pain in Chu Si's meridians. Chapter 683. Guard your Tao heart, and don't let your guard down. There will be more pain than this in the future. You must hold on. Seeing how much pain Chu Si was in, Lin Li couldn't help but send a voice transmission to her. There's just too much pill poison in your body. It's even exceeded what I predicted earlier. That's why you have to hold on in order to rid yourself of the pill poison as soon as possible. You have to survive. Your fiancé is still waiting for you. Okay. Chu Si's face immediately filled with determination when he heard Lin Ray's message. He made up his mind to get through this ordeal, whether it was for himself or for his fiancée. Haha. Lin Ray smiled when he sensed Chu Si's determination. Then, the illusory spirit blood fire entered his body and began to rapidly refine the pill poison. In order to expel the pill poison faster and prevent it from going to waste, Lin Ray used the illusory spirit blood fire to refine Chu Si's meridians while using the illusory spirit blood fire to refine Chu Si's body on the outside. At this moment, The pain that Chu Si felt at this moment was unprecedented. Of course, as mentioned before, this method had its pros and cons. Although it was very painful, the effect was very obvious. At the moment, Chu Si wasn't just feeling pain. His cultivation base and cultivation base were slowly rising along with the pain. Linley could sense this. After all, his mental energy had been covering Chu Si's body the entire time, so he could clearly sense the increase in his cultivation level. He also believed that Chu Si, who was howling in pain, should be happy as well. Phew! Sensing this, Linley let out a long sigh. It must be understood that this method was extremely taxing on one's mind. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he would be incinerated into ashes. Therefore, he had to use 200% of his mental strength to observe Chu Si's condition in the cauldron while refining the pill poison for Chu Si. He would immediately stop the refinement if there were any abnormalities. No matter what, Chu Si was still an alchemist. He didn't want such a genius to die. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ray had been back in the sect for a year. However, during this year, other than when he first came back, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew what he was doing. At this moment, in the Xuanzong Sect's meeting hall, a group of people was standing there, facing Lin Yun, who was sitting at the head of the table. Each of them had a heavy expression, and their brows were tightly knitted, as if something bad had happened. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall made Lin Yun's heart heavy. All right, let's not stay here. Because of what happened in Tianliang City, the Xuanzong Sect has been exposed to everyone in the God Realm. Now, the entire God Realm is looking for our Xuanzong Sect. Speaking of this, Lin Yun's voice became softer as his expression turned serious. Furthermore, according to a reliable source, just a few days ago, someone had already discovered our profound sect's hiding place. The sects that discovered it included the Cosmos Sect, one of the top sects in the God Realm. What? Cosmos Sect? At this moment, Lin Yun's words shocked everyone. One had to know that they had met the Cosmos Sect in the immortal world. Who would have thought that they would meet the Cosmos Sect again in the God Realm? At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred. At this moment, they couldn't wait to kill and destroy the Cosmos Sect. That's right. I've already known about this before. Just a while ago, a disciple of the sect heard this news when he went out. He reported it to me after he came back. Furthermore, I've also sent people to investigate this matter. This matter is accurate. It can be said that right now, our mysterious sect is about to face another catastrophe. Speaking of this, Lin Yun's face revealed a trace of determination. He then said sternly, "We know too little about the God Realm. As for a top sect that has existed in the God Realm for God knows how long, we know even less. Therefore, during this period of time, you must train your disciples well. This time, it's not just the Cosmos Sect. There should be other sects, first-grade sects, and second-grade sections. Therefore, this time, we must prepare for anything that might happen." Yes, we will obey. Hearing Lin Yun's words, everyone below nodded in agreement. After all, facing so many sects in the God Realm, they didn't have any confidence at all. Moreover, Lin Ray was still in seclusion and they didn't know where he was. Yes, that's it. Seeing that they had agreed, Lin Yun said, "Secret team, during this period of time, go out and gather information, no matter what kind of information it is. As long as it's related to the Xuanzong Sect, send it to me. Do you understand?" "We understand." At this moment, hearing Lin Yun's words, Bai Qi suddenly appeared in the originally empty space and replied respectfully, "Good. Since that's the case, you may all disperse. During this period of time, everyone must be 200% alert. Do not slack off." After saying this, Lin Yun didn't say anything else. Instead, he quietly looked at them, and just like that, one by one, they left the hall. Soon after, the entire hall became empty. The only person left was himself. He gazed into the distance, and his eyes were filled with desolation. "Sai, Father, where are you now? The sect is in danger. I'm afraid that I won't be able to handle it well." Looking into the distance, Lin Yun sighed. Then he stood up and walked out of the hall towards the secret realm at the back of the hall. However, his father, Lin Ray, hadn't stopped circulating his cultivation technique for the past year. In the past year, Lin Ray had been carefully controlling the illusory spirit blood fire every day, removing and refining the pill toxins. Every day, he repeated this cycle, not stopping for a single day. During this year, Lin Ray had a new understanding of the pill toxins in Chu Si's body. Originally, he had planned to use a few months to completely remove and refine the pill toxins in Chu Si's body. Who would have thought that this process would take a year? Moreover, it should be the kind of non-stop cultivation day and night. Linley didn't feel tired at all because this was nothing compared to his previous cultivation. Especially in this 1 year, his spiritual energy had increased by 60 times. He had also experienced how a divine monarch realm cultivator with a cultivation base that was floating and could be easily blown away by a gust of wind had rapidly grown to the middle stage God Emperor realm in this 1 year. Not only that, it was not just her cultivation that had been depleted. What made Linley even more surprised was that during this year, Chu Si had actually recovered to the middle stage God Emperor realm after being tempered by the illusory spirit blood fire. Lin Ray felt that his efforts hadn't been in vain. He had created a God Emperor for the Sect in a year. To him, this was very worthwhile. Of course, such good things didn't happen often. If not for the pill toxins in Chu Si's body, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to help Chu Si reach the God Emperor realm in a year. Therefore, all of this opportunity belonged to Chu Si. However, that wasn't all. After a year, the pill toxins in Chu Si's body still hadn't been completely removed. Although 90% of it had been removed, Lin Ray wasn't satisfied. Moreover, he could feel that as long as he could refine 1/10 of the pill toxins, he would be able to become a peak God Emperor. This gap was something he could still make up for. Therefore, although the pill toxins didn't pose any threat to Chu Si, he still didn't want to give up this opportunity to help Chu Si become a peak God Emperor. Young Master, it's been a year. Chu Si. At this moment, in the system space, Yun Kai, who had been waiting by the side, saw that the fire in the cauldron had not been extinguished for a year. Although she was a little worried, a year should have passed. At this moment, all her previous worries had turned into trust. Hearing these words from behind him, Linley turned his head and gave her a reassuring smile. Then, he said in a gentle voice, "Be careful. Chu Si is excellent. In the past year, she has experienced many life and death situations. In this 1 year, his cultivation has already improved greatly. Moreover, his state of mind has also matured quite a bit. You have to work hard too." "Yes, I know." Yin Kai calmed down after hearing Chu Si's message. Then, she said to Lin Ray, "Young Master, I also want to improve my strength. Chu Si has improved his strength. I don't want to be a burden to him. I want to help him." Sigh. Lin Ray sighed after hearing Yun Kai's words. He fell silent for a long time. He didn't refuse, but he didn't say anything either. Only after a long time had passed did Linley speak once more. "Fine, since that's what you want. Then after this matter is over, follow me and cultivate. Although you also cultivate the Tao of Alchemy, this path is very likely not suitable for you. After this matter is over, let me see what you cultivate. At most, what do you think?" That's great. That's great." Hearing this, for a moment, Yun Kai lost her sense of measure and screamed. However, the moment she screamed, Yun Kai reacted and lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Her face was filled with guilt. She looked at him. Linley chuckled before he said, "All right, it's settled then. Go and cultivate first. I believe that it won't be long before I'll be able to completely refine the pill poison in Chu Si's body. When that time comes, you can immediately enter secluded cultivation with me." Linley's decision had been made so quickly that Cloud hadn't even reacted to it yet. By the time she was about to ask something, Linley had naturally returned to his usual state. In response, Cloud retreated to one side, no longer bothering him. Chapter 684. 3 months. Another 3 months passed. Ever since his conversation with Yun Kai, another 3 months had passed. During this time, Linley continued to work as hard as ever. Finally, just now, the last strand of pill poison left in Chu Si's body had been refined. Boom! However, the moment the pill poison was refined, a vigorous energy was emitted from the heaven and earth Huayu. Peak Emperor God, ha! Feeling the pressure, Chu Si was stunned. Linley chuckled. A smile appeared on his face. One had to know what a peak God Emperor meant in the divine world. Although there were still reverends above them, God Emperors were still experts among experts in the divine world. As for the peak Emperor God that he had personally created, he believed that even if Chu Si met a few Emperor Gods of the same realm, she would be able to crush them easily. After all, he had refined Chu Si's meridians and internal organs once more during the process of removing the pill toxins. The current him could be said to be extraordinary. Looking at her, Linley smiled. He then withdrew the illusory spirit blood fire and opened the lid of the worldly Huayu's cauldron. He transmitted his voice to her. Withdraw your aura and cultivation. During this period of time, focus on consolidating your cultivation. Remember, don't rush things. Lin Ray thought for a while and continued. You have just broken through to peak Emperor God. It's not suitable for you to break through again. Yes, young master, I understand. Chu Si had yet to awaken within the worldly splendor, but she could still hear Linley's message clearly. She immediately replied, Yes, Linley. All right, it's good that you know. Remember, consolidate your cultivation. Don't wake up before I come out of seclusion to look for you. Do you understand? Understood. Young master, Lin Ray smiled when he heard Chu Si's words. In order to let Chu Si cultivate in peace, Lin Ray told Chu Si about Yun Kai's recent situation. Be careful. Yun Kai has been doing well recently, but she is very worried about you. At this point, Lin Ray revealed Yun Kai's thoughts and his decision. She wants to increase her strength and doesn't want to be a burden to you. Furthermore, I promised her that after your matter is settled, I will bring her into closed-door cultivation. Therefore, during this period of time, the two of you won't be able to see each other. Once this sovereign comes out of closed-door cultivation, the two of you can reunite. Hearing this, Chu Si became excited. That's great. With your guidance, I believe Kai Er's cultivation will rise to the next level. Ugh. Hearing Chu Si's words, Yi Zichen nodded. Lin Ray froze for a moment, then said to him, All right, I won't talk to you anymore. Remember, guard your soul and focus on stabilizing your cultivation. When I come out of seclusion, I will come and check on you. Then, without waiting for Chu Si's response, he stood up and stepped to Yun Kai's side. At this moment, Yun Kai was training with her eyes closed. Linley, who had come to her side, did not disturb her. He waved his hand, and an enormous amount of energy transformed into a giant hand that wrapped around Yun Kai. With a single teleportation, Yun Kai disappeared from this space. At this moment, Chu Si felt Lin Ray's action and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he respectfully replied to the place where Lin Ray disappeared. Thank you, young master. Of course, even though Linley had already disappeared and couldn't hear him at all, Chu Si's words were still sincere. In the space where the little dragon was resting on the surface of the pool with his eyes closed. At this moment, Lin Ray appeared in front of him with Yun Kai. The little dragon, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes when he heard the commotion outside. A pair of long legs appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the little dragon immediately rolled his eyes. Then, he looked up and saw Lin Ray's face. Damn, what are you doing? Ugh. Lin Ray, who was standing on the surface of the water, stood in front of the little dragon. When he heard the little dragon's slightly angry tone, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly replied, That Chu Si's elixir poison has been refined by me. His cultivation is still at the peak Emperor God realm. Therefore, he is standing on my side to learn Talisman Dao. Then, Lin Ray looked around and said as if he already had someone in mind. After thinking about it for a long time, This place is the most suitable place for seclusion. So, What? Hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon's expression changed, and he quickly stopped him. You can't? Absolutely not. How can you cultivate in seclusion here? Absolutely not, no. You. Seeing how the little dragon rejected his suggestion so decisively, he knew that this matter was a little difficult to handle. Let me tell you, Linley, you definitely can't stay here. You should know that if you stay here, then where should I go? Have you thought about it? You can't kick me out just because you want to train. Ugh. Lin Rei was a little confused when he heard the little dragon's words. What did he mean by chasing him out? Lin Rei was a little confused. No, that's not right, little dragon. Is that corner over there okay? You saw it too. That corner isn't big, but it's just enough for me, you know. If I say no, it means no. Before Lin Rei could finish his words, the little dragon interrupted him. Lin Rei, it's not that I don't want to let you, but you have to know that people who cultivate Talisman Dao don't follow the rules of nature. Besides, when you cultivate Talisman Dao, it will affect some things around you. If I let you cultivate here, do you think I'll have a good time in the future? At this point, the little dragon rejected Lin Rei even more firmly. So, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you, but as long as I give it to you, I'll have to scram. At this moment, after hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei went silent. He didn't know that there were so many things involved. However, just as Linley was about to change his location, the system's voice rang out. Hearing the system's words, Linley's heart skipped a beat. Lin Rei revealed a smile, while the little dragon was the exact opposite. All right, little dragon. Since Lin Rei said that he wants to cultivate here, then let him cultivate here. Besides, I remember that you have more than one place. Of course, since you said so, then for the other places, oh, damn, you beast. Hearing the system's words, Xiaolong's face froze for a moment before turning ugly. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at the sky. I say, system, since when are you on the same side as Linley? Although the little dragon said so, he still stood up from the pool obediently and went to the shore. In this regard, after Lin Rei understood, he quickly smiled at the little dragon and thanked it. Hee, little dragon, thank you for your generosity. After that, without waiting for the little dragon's response, Lin Rei faced the sky and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Upon hearing the system's words, the little dragon was speechless. What small matter? This was clearly a typical targeting. Besides, the emotionless system actually threatened him. Regarding this, the little dragon couldn't tolerate it. However, he had no choice. In the system, although he and the system had the final say, in the end, the system was still the master and he was the assistant. Therefore, he still had to listen to the system's words. All right, let's go, little dragon. Let's go take a look at your other dojos. The system's words sounded again. This time, without waiting for the little dragon to speak, a burst of energy instantly enveloped the little dragon and instantly disappeared into space. Looking at this scene, the corners of Lin Rei's mouth twitched slightly, but his heart was already bursting with joy. It wasn't easy to snatch this space from the little dragon, although it wasn't his credit. Phew. Looking at this place that had become his place of seclusion, Lin Rei immediately placed Yun Kai on the shore and transmitted a message to wake her up. Wake up. As soon as these words came out, it was like a demonic voice that appeared in Yun Kai's mind and couldn't be dispelled. At the next moment, the moment Lin Rei finished speaking, Yun Kai woke up doubtfully. She lifted her head and looked at Lin Rei, who was standing on top of the pool. When Yun Kai was completely awake, she immediately stood up from the ground and greeted him respectfully. Yun Kai greets young master. Looking at her, Lin Rei was speechless for a moment. Then, he said, all right, time is tight and the mission is important. Since you want to improve, you can have this book. After saying that, Lin Rei didn't give Yun Kai any time to consider. Then, Lin Rei took out a book made of an unknown animal skin and threw it at Yun Kai instantly. Yunju, I have already checked your constitution just now. Water spiritual root and metal spiritual root. Your constitution isn't suitable for alchemy at all, but this Yinju is suitable for you. Moreover, its grade is many times stronger than your Danzong Sect's cultivation technique. Really? As long as I cultivate it, can I really improve quickly? Hearing Linley's words, Yin Kai couldn't help but catch Yunjue. She asked in a half-believing, half-doubtful voice. All right, that's all for now. If you don't believe me, you don't have to cultivate it. Seeing how worried she was, Linley's expression changed slightly. Then he said something to her, sat down on the pool, and went in to cultivate. At this moment, in his mind, the first level of the true enlightenment of Talisman had already begun to circulate in his body. Meanwhile, the outside world saw Lin Rei's actions. Yin Kai knew that she had said something wrong, but when she saw Lin Rei's actions, she didn't disturb him anymore. Instead, she found a quiet place, took out Yinju, and flipped to the first page. Two large words with vigorous elixir rhythm appeared in her eyes. Yinju, when chaos was created, the origin cultivation technique of the 3,000 gods and demons Hall Yin. Cultivation technique attribute is the way of illusion. Chapter 685. Fiend God. At this moment, Yin Kai was stunned by the book made of unknown animal skin in her hand. The 3,000 fiend gods represented the 3,000 great Taos, and now she was holding the Tao of illusion, which represented one of the 3,000 great Taos. How could she not be shocked by such a cultivation technique? However, Linley, who'd already entered a state of cultivating the Tao of talismans, was still unable to detect his current actions and expressions. He'd changed to the point that he wished for nothing more than for no one to exist in the surroundings so that he could silently comprehend the essence of the Tao of talismans by himself. This was because he was deeply attracted by the principles of Talisman Tao when he first saw the truth of Talisman Tao. Moreover, when he laid eyes on the Tao of talismans for the first time, he was able to confirm that what Xiaolong said earlier was right. The Tao of talismans and formations really came from the same source. Even though they seemed to be different, and the methods of cultivation were different as well, they were like poles apart. As the saying goes, the world is harmonious and different paths lead to the same destination. At this moment, when he saw the truth of Talisman Tao again, he truly understood the true meaning of these words. However, at this moment they were quiet. No one could disturb them when they were pursuing their own understanding, especially when they were in the system. It was even more impossible for anyone to enter. In the outside world, naturally, it was completely crazy. At this moment, in the secret realm of the Xuanzong Sect, Lin Yun, who had come out of a discussion in the main hall, came to the house and looked at the house that his father had built with his own hands. For a moment, Lin Yun fell into silence. At this moment, Xie Feng, who was bored in the room, had been waiting here for Lin Rei to come out of seclusion after parting ways with Lin Rei. However, Lin Yun's aura suddenly broke into her warning zone. Looking at Lin Yun's figure outside, Xie Feng looked at him with a little doubt. During this period, he came here from time to time and did not come in. He just stood outside the door and looked at the house without saying anything. He only sighed occasionally, and his eyes were filled with loneliness. Looking at him, Xie Feng was a little anxious. It was too boring here. The spiritual energy here could not satisfy her at all. Therefore, when she had nothing to do, she could only sleep and find all kinds of things to relieve her boredom. During this period, when she saw Lin Yun sighing, she really wanted to go out and ask him why. Father, how long will you be in seclusion? The God Realm knows about the existence of the Xuanzong Sect. A year ago, they sent out their most elite disciples and information network. Alas, it won't be long before they find this place. What should we do then? So that's how it is. When he heard Lin Yun's words, an interesting smile appeared on his originally dull face. He then said, "All right, isn't it because of those ants?" Senior, Xie Feng? Lin Yun, who was sighing in silence, suddenly thought of Xie Feng, who he had met at the front gate a year ago. Lin Yun immediately thought of what his male brother had told him about Xie Feng's strength and promptly bowed respectfully. The strong were respected. Although Lin Yun knew that she was his father's friend, he still had to be respectful. Therefore, Xie Feng, who was in the wooden house, saw Lin Yun sitting like this. For a moment, she couldn't help but think of Lin Rei, whose face was full of disdain. For a moment, she started to wonder if the young man in front of her was his biological child. However, Evil Phoenix still stood up from the bed and walked to the window as he said to the figure outside, "Actually, it's not that big of a deal. If your father was here, there would only be one outcome. Moreover, there can only be one outcome." What outcome? Hearing Xie Feng's words, Lin Yun asked hesitantly. Alas, looking at Lin Yun, at this moment, she really started to wonder if Lin Yun was that bastard who feared nothing and would risk his life for the people around him. I say, do you still need to ask me about your father's temper? Looking at him, Xie Feng continued unhappily. If your father encountered such a situation, he would only take the initiative to fight back. He wouldn't hide here and wait for negotiations to come. After all, if this place was exposed, it was very likely that the entire sect would be in trouble. Moreover, when we were in the immortal world, he wasn't here at that time, was he? Hearing this, the doubts on Lin Yun's face finally cleared up. A strange color appeared in his eyes. Thank you, Senior. I know what to do. Oh, looking at Lin Yun, Xie Feng smiled and nodded. Take the initiative to attack. Although the sect's foundation is lacking now, any one of the disciples in the sect can be the backer of their sect's holy son. I don't believe that they can defeat our Xuanzong sect. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Xie Feng rolled her eyes and sneered in her heart. TSK, what a joke. The Xuanzong sect's foundation is lacking? Ha, what a joke. For hierarch realm cultivators, more than a dozen god emperors, numerous divine monarchs, and countless cultivators below the divine monarch realm. With such a strong foundation, I'm afraid that even a first-grade sect with a rich foundation in the divine world can't compare to them. Thinking of this, Xie Feng smiled. But looking at Lin Yun's appearance, she knew that he might not even know about the existence of these people. But just because he didn't know didn't mean that these people didn't exist. Thinking of this, Xie Feng said to Lin Yun, don't act rashly. Although you can take the initiative to attack, you have to find a first sect to attack first. As the saying goes, kill the chicken to warn the monkey, knock the mountain to warn the tiger. As long as the Xuanzong sect's reputation and methods are exposed to their people, then when the time comes, those sects investigating the Xuanzong sect will naturally know what to do. That's right. Hearing Xie Feng's words, a smile appeared on Lin Yun's face for a moment. Then he bowed to the room. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lin Yun is very grateful. Oh, that's great. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Xie Feng took advantage of this opportunity and said, since you said it's better, I'm sure you've heard of my cultivation. Yes. Seeing him nod, Xie Feng smiled and said, so, you're useless to me. Moreover, I don't lack anything, but I lack someone to talk to. At this point, the evil phoenix paused for a moment before it spoke once more. Let your daughter in to accompany me. I think she's very cute. Let her accompany me here to relieve my boredom and chat. Of course, if you want to see her, you can come here. What? At this moment, hearing Xie Feng's request, Lin Yun was shocked and had a look of disbelief on his face. Yes, he didn't expect a request to be his daughter. Lin Yun hesitated. That's right, you heard correctly. I only want your daughter. Of course, when Lin Rei comes out of seclusion, she'll regain her freedom. Speaking of this, Xie Feng's lips curled up and revealed a treacherous smile. She said again, of course, if you agree to my request, if the sect encounters any trouble, I might lend a helping hand if I'm in a good mood. You. Hearing this, Lin Yun understood everything. Wasn't this a disguised threat? However, he had to admit that this idea was pretty good. Whether it was Xie Feng or his daughter, both sides would benefit. After all, Xie Feng was a cultivator in the holy world. As long as she took out something, the result would be obvious. Thinking of this, Lin Yun felt very conflicted. He didn't know if his decision was right. How is it? Do you agree? At this moment, in the room, CF Feng, who was standing by the window, had a look of impatience on her face. She didn't expect Lin Rei's son to be so indecisive and unable to make up his mind. Just like this, after 10 to 20 minutes, Lin Yun's gaze finally became firm. He then said, "Okay, but I have a condition." "Ha, say it." Hearing Lin Yun agree, CF Feng heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "My daughter can accompany you, but in your free time, you have to teach my daughter cultivation. After all, we're not by her side, so we can't supervise her, so—" "Ha, you're interesting." Hearing Lin Yun's request, CF Feng immediately laughed. There was a trace of doubt in her eyes. After all, she was in hall that year. Back then, when Lin Rei said that he would teach Lin Ling the cultivation method, she remembered that Lin Yun's wife and he were extremely unwilling. But now, naturally, Lin Yun knew what the evil phoenix was trying to say. In an instant, a trace of awkwardness and guilt appeared on his face, but the determination on his face didn't change. "How is it? This request isn't too much for you at all. Moreover, I don't know when my father will come out of his seclusion. So, if you agree, I'll send my daughter over later." Sigh. Looking at him, CF Feng sighed and replied, Okay. Send her over. When I have time, I'll teach her the cultivation method." "That's great." Hearing CF Feng agree, Lin Yun instantly revealed a trace of excitement on his face. Then, he bowed respectfully and said, "In that case, thank you very much, Senior. In a while, I'll send my daughter over to you. At that time, I hope you can teach her well. And then you can go." Seeing Lin Yun so excited, CF Feng really couldn't understand. Others might not know, but she was very clear about Lin Rei's foundation and strength. She really couldn't understand. Clearly, Lin Rei could easily give out cultivation methods that even she was a little envious of, but she really couldn't understand why Lin Yun was like this. Of course, she wasn't the only one who didn't understand. Even Lin Rei himself didn't understand why. Chapter 686. Just like that, Lin Yun left, even though CF Feng didn't understand. The next day, Lin Yun brought his daughter to Lin Ling's side, as promised, and left. CF Feng kept her promise. After Lin Ling came to the wooden house, she taught Lin Ling everything she knew. In her eyes, Lin Ling wasn't just someone who could talk to her. During this period of time, she almost treated Lin Ling as her own disciple. Whether it was the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens, the Undying Flame, the secret techniques of the Phoenix Clan, or the spells that only the Phoenix Clan could learn, CF Feng taught Lin Ling everything. She didn't hold anything back. Under the guidance of CF Feng, Lin Yun announced to all the higher-ups and sent by Qi, Dianwei, and Kuei Gang to lead more than 50 cultivators of the Dark Group to intercept the scouting team sent by the Qinquan Sect. Everyone in the Xuanzong Sect hated the Qinquan Sect. Therefore, when Lin Yun said this, everyone came to an agreement. Although many sects in the realm of the gods sent people to investigate the Xuanzong Sect, to them, Lin Yun and the entire Xuanzong Sect were especially loyal to the Qinquan Sect. At this point, the realm of the gods was in chaos and there weren't any peaceful days. Although this was a matter of the cultivators, it couldn't help but affect the ordinary people. Time flashed by like a white steed flitting by a crack, and there wasn't a single trace to be found. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. In a world of ordinary people, 30 years was very important to them. However, for cultivators, 30 years was just a snap of a finger. After a nap, 100 years would pass. However, in these 30 years, many things happened. Take the Qinquan Sect, for example. Under Lin Yun's orders by Qi, Dianwei, and Kuei Gang led more than 50 Dark Group members to a mountain not far from the Qinquan Sect. For such a long time, the few of them took it as their duty to kill the Qinquan Sect disciples. 30 years ago, the three of them led the Dark Group to kill the first wave of Qinquan Sect disciples. The Xuanzong Sect was not to be touched. Anyone who dared to touch the Xuanzong Sect would be killed. When this news spread, many people didn't even listen to it. However, in the following days, the Qinquan sect disciples died one after another. This was enough to prove that the message was true. Those sects that had wanted to target the Xuanzong sect had returned to their sects and never appeared again after this incident. As for the people outside the mountain gate of the Xuanzong sect, they had been sent here to monitor the situation. When they received the news, they immediately retreated. Because of this, everyone in the God realm couldn't help but tremble when they heard the name Xuanzong sect. One had to know that the Qinquan sect was a top-tier sect. Who would dare to provoke someone who could kill hundreds of thousands of Qinquan sect disciples in 30 years? Moreover, among the hundreds of thousands of Qinquan sect disciples, the previous sect master of the Qinquan sect and some elders were all in the God Emperor realm. In this situation, no one dared to act rashly. Not only that, but in the past 30 years, not only were the sects in the 8 continents restless, even the sects in the 9th continent had started to move towards the 8 continents. Of course, the Xuanzong sect didn't offend anyone. If anyone offended them, they would F***CK them up. Moreover, the Xuanzong sect's reputation in the God realm was notorious. People called them devils, death gods, all sorts of unpleasant things. However, it was also because of this that no one from the 9th continent was friendly or hostile toward the Xuanzong sect. Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Xuanzong sect's secret realm. Beside a pool of water, a woman dressed in blue that resembled gemstones was waving her sword in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, rays of sword light appeared in a magnificent manner. Sword light should have been cold and dangerous. However, if someone saw it now, they would definitely change their impression of it. Ha! Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. Whoosh! A voice came out of the woman's mouth. She held her sword in front of her chest, and a fiery red phoenix instantly appeared behind her. It looked up at the sky. The phoenix was lifelike and had an extremely high temperature. Its eyes were arrogant and cold, and the noble aura it exuded reflected its user's cultivation. Go! She sensed the phoenix behind her and saw that its energy had reached its peak. Then, she waved her sword and stabbed forward. Oh! In an instant, the phoenix behind the woman waved her sword. Then it charged forward. Bang! There was a loud bang. The moment the fiery red phoenix appeared in the originally quiet place, it was as if flames had instantly filled the area within a 1-mile radius. Ha! Ling, you've been here for more than 30 years. All these years, you've grown from a little girl who is nothing. Now, you're like a hibiscus rising from the water. It's very moving. Yes, I was still young back then. I didn't expect 30 years to pass in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. The moment she heard this voice, the woman standing in the air turned around and spoke to the woman standing beside the wooden house. Yes, that little girl from back then has already become a slender and elegant young lady. Moreover, in the past 30 years, your cultivation has also skyrocketed from 0 to the divine guard realm. I have to say that you're an extremely talented seedling. At this moment, the woman standing beside the wooden house was none other than Xie Feng, whom Lin Ray had asked to teach. And this girl standing in the air was none other than the little girl that Lin Yun had sent over, Lin Ling. After more than 30 years, under Lin Ling's continuous efforts, she had finally learned almost everything that Xie Feng knew. At the same time, the moment she learned Xie Feng's teachings, she was accepted as a disciple. Lin Yun was overjoyed when he found out about this. How could he not be happy to have a Saint Realm expert as his daughter's master? During this period, Lin Yun and Sun Yuan came to visit every few days. Even Xie Feng was a little annoyed by this girl. Phew! Talisman Dao. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was sitting on the surface of the water in the system, suddenly spoke. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a happy smile. Ding dong, young master's talisman Dao has broken through to the Grandmaster realm. I hope you can continue to work hard. Huh, Grandmaster realm. Lin Yun listened to the system. Lin Li chuckled, then stood up from the pool of water. Not bad. 30 years. It only took you 30 years to improve your talisman Dao from 0 to your current level. Not bad, not bad. Mm. The sudden voice made Lin Ray frown. 30 years? Yes, 30 years. Since the last time you went into seclusion, 30 years have naturally passed. But fortunately, you have cultivated your talisman, Dao, to such a level in 30 years. That's good enough. Sigh. At this moment, the person who spoke was the little dragon, who was chased out by Lin Ray. After hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray sighed and said casually, I thought I would directly break through to the honorable realm, but I didn't expect that after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm 10 years ago, I haven't had any breakthroughs. Although I'm still at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, I don't feel any comprehension of the honorable realm at all. After hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon rolled its eyes and explained to him in a bad mood. Sigh, I really don't know how to explain it to you. Then, the little dragon's tone returned to normal, and it explained, Lin Ray, you have to know that you were able to make such a breakthrough in 30 years because you have cultivated the 3 fields of array formation, alchemy, and weapon refinement. Otherwise, I'm afraid, even if you had 100 years, you wouldn't be able to cultivate Talisman Dao to this level. So be content. Besides, looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon didn't seem to give him a chance to speak. Besides, with your current state, if outsiders know that you haven't broken through to the level you want in 30 years, I'm afraid they will beat you to death. Ugh, looking at the little dragon being so agitated, Lin Ray was taken aback and fell into deep thought. Sigh. All right, this is a small matter. Don't think about it anymore. Anyway, this is only a secondary occupation for you. Your main goal is to break through your cultivation. Now that 30 years have passed, there are still 60 years to go before you hand over the Corpse King pills. So do your best. After hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray was speechless. Got it. Seeing Lin Li act this way, Xiaolong chuckled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked over to the pool, sat down, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Ugh! Lin Ray was taken aback by the little dragon's actions. After recovering, he extended his divine sense and found where Yun Kai was. Haha, it hasn't been 30 years. I didn't expect her cultivation to break through to the early God Emperor realm and enter the middle God Emperor realm. It seems that the cloud art suits her well. Sensing her level of cultivation, Lin Li chuckled. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of her and transmitted his divine sense. All right, wake up and follow me to do something. Ugh! Yun Kai, who was in the middle of cultivation, heard the familiar voice. Then, her body trembled, and she quickly withdrew from her cultivation and woke up. Congratulations, young master. The moment Yun Kai opened her eyes, she saw Lin Ray. She immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to him. All right, let's go and find Chu. Looking at Yun Kai, Lin Ray smiled and immediately used his cultivation to pull her up from the ground. Then, he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at Chu Si's place. Chu Si. At this moment, when they arrived at Chu Si's space, the first thing Yun Kai saw was her fiancé, whom she hadn't seen for many years. At this moment, she couldn't help but call out to him. Chapter 687. Kaya, Chu Si, who was meditating, was jolted awake when she heard Yun Kai's voice. She turned around and saw her fiancé, whom she had not seen for a long time. However, Chu Si was stunned when he sensed the aura from Yun Kai's body. Disbelief filled his eyes as he probed. Kaya, your cultivation, could it be? Yes. Yun Kai knew what Chu Si wanted to ask, so she nodded and replied, That's right. During this period of time, young master gave me a cultivation method. As a result, as I cultivated, I reached my current level. At this moment, Cloudy's words instantly caused Cloudy to be speechless, while Lin was stunned. What did she mean by broke through? If anyone else heard that, they would probably want to kill themselves with a piece of tofu. All right, Lin nodded with a smile. We've been here for so many years. Let's go out and take a look. Then, you two should prepare to lead the way to the 9th continent. Yes, Lin Rei's words instantly energized the two. They already knew about Lin Rei's plan, so they were not surprised at all. Okay. Seeing that the two of them had agreed, Linley didn't say anything else. Instantly, his consciousness rushed out and wrapped around them. With a thought, the three of them disappeared from the system. Sigh. They're finally gone. At this moment, in another space in the system, the little dragon, who was sitting on a pond, had been paying attention to Lin Rei's actions. The moment the three of them left the system, the little dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Haha. If Linley were to hear what you just said, you'd be in trouble. You. As soon as Xiaolong finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Xiaolong immediately said, You, and stopped talking nonsense. However, his expression was not very good at this moment. It was as if he had eaten feces. It was very ugly. Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Xuanzong Sect's secret realm. At the place where Lin Rei disappeared 30 years ago, Lin Rei and the other two, who had disappeared from the system, suddenly reappeared. Whooshum! At this moment, the moment Lin Rei appeared, he heard a sharp sword aura piercing through the air. In response, Lin Rei did not even think about it. He waved his hand and used his spiritual energy to destroy the incoming sword aura. Xiefeng. In the instant that the sword aura was destroyed, Lin Rei could feel the undying flames from the sword aura. In the realm of the gods, he knew that only Xiefeng and the flaming tiger possessed the undying flames. However, their cultivations paled in comparison to the previous attack. They were extremely weak. At this moment, when he did not know who the other party was, Lin Rei released his divine sense and instantly probed in the direction of the sword aura that emitted the undying flames. What he saw was a tall woman wearing blue clothes. Her skin was as white as jade, and her temperament was even more indescribable. Looking at her, Lin Rei was stunned for a moment. He felt a sense of familiarity with this girl, but he was sure that this was the first time he had seen her. Lin Rei was puzzled. However, although he did not recognize the sword aura in the air, he saw another figure. This person was none other than Xiefeng, who was looking at the woman in the air with admiration. She was the one who had asked him to take care of her before going into closed-door cultivation. Looking at her, Lin Rei relaxed. Just now, when he did not recognize the woman, he had been filled with murderous intent. However, after seeing Xiefeng's current appearance, he knew that the woman in the air was one of them and was someone worthy of his trust. Looking at the two of them, Linley smiled. Then, he turned to Chu Ci and the other two and said, You can go. Find a place to rest. It's been so many years since the two of you caught up. Is one night enough for you? Enough. Enough. Thank you, young master. The sudden surprise stunned the two of them for a moment. Then, they bowed respectfully with excitement. With a flash, they disappeared in front of him. Looking at how fast they were, Lin Rei smiled awkwardly. They were really in a hurry. Seeing the two of them disappear, Lin Rei looked down and walked towards Xiefeng with a smile. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, just like that, he walked towards Xiefeng. Not sure if she deliberately did not notice Lin Rei, or if it was because of the woman in the air, but even after Lin Rei arrived in front of Xiefeng for a long time, Xiefeng was still busy with her head and looked gratified. Sigh. Looking at her, Lin Rei sighed and coughed. Cough. Xiefeng? Xiefeng, who was watching the woman in the air brandishing her sword, heard the call from beside her. She immediately came back to her senses and saw Lin Rei with an awkward smile. Hey, you're back. Hearing Xiefeng's question, Lin Rei was speechless. He was now sure that she did not see him before. What's wrong? Seeing that Linley didn't reply, Demonic Phoenix asked in confusion, What are you doing? No, nothing. Looking at her, Lin Rei said, Thank you for all these years. I came out of seclusion this time, mainly because I wanted to visit my mother and my little brother and sister. I did not intend to disturb you, but I did not expect to be hit by the sword aura of the woman who was brandishing her sword the moment I came out of the shower. So I wanted to say hello to you. At this point, Lin Rei did not intend to let Xiefeng continue the conversation. After he finished speaking, he used his divine sense to look at the woman who was going to Long Xing Lin. Ray spoke again. All right, I thought you would be bored. Now that you have a disciple, I guess you won't be lonely. Since that's the case, I will leave first. The situation is urgent. I'll talk. She listened to Lin Ray ramble on. Just as she was about to say, I'll talk, she saw that Lin Ray was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Xie Feng's face darkened. Little brat, you're not putting me in your eyes at all, huh? In the past, you would at least let me say something. Now it's all one-sided. Good kid, you're really good. At this moment, Lin Li, who had just left, didn't know that the evil phoenix had already sentenced him to death. Lin Li hadn't expected that the evil phoenix would hold such a grudge. Moreover, in his heart, this was not a big deal at all. Master! At this moment, Lin Ling, who was brandishing her sword in the air, had already retracted it and floated down to Xie Feng. At this moment, Xie Feng, who was still angry because of what happened just now, did not recognize Lin Ling's words. Then, a trace of killing intent rushed out inadvertently. Lin Ling, who was standing beside her, was instantly enveloped by the killing intent. With a wung, the coldness of the killing intent instantly spread throughout Lin Ling's body. At the same time, Lin Ling's body was completely immobilized at this moment. However, because of Lin Ling's voice, Xie Feng was also startled awake. After seeing Lin Ling's situation, Xie Feng immediately knew what was going on. Looking at Lin Ling, she quickly retracted the killing intent that she revealed. Then, a red spirit chi rushed out of her body and entered Lin Ling's body. Phew! At this moment, Lin Ling, who could not move her body, felt this terrifying yet warm and gentle energy. Everything from before completely disappeared at this moment. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Sigh, you. Looking at Lin Ling, Xie Feng revealed a trace of guilt and used her hand to tap Lin Ling's head. Lin Ray just came out of solitary cultivation. Go take a look. Grandpa. Grandpa came out of solitary cultivation? Hearing that Lin Ray came out of solitary cultivation, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a happy smile. Her face was full of excitement. Hee. Look, how old are you already? Why are you still acting like a child? Looking at her, Xie Feng revealed a trace of doting in her eyes. When Lin Ray saw you, you were only 4 or 5 years old. Then, Lin Ray went into solitary cultivation. Counting it this way, you guys have only met once. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded obediently. That year, Grandpa said that he would teach me cultivation method, but after Mother rejected it, we never met again. At this point, a trace of disappointment appeared on Lin Ray's face. Regarding this, Xie Feng, who had been observing her, did not say anything. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. The silence between the two caused the atmosphere to become extremely tense. Lin Ling spoke first. Master, I'll go and see Grandpa first. I haven't seen him in a long time. It seems he doesn't recognize me anymore. Go ahead. I reckon that you'll only be able to meet him after resting for a while. It'll be a long time before you can see him again. Take this opportunity and have a chat with him. Also, take this opportunity to ruthlessly extort him. He has more good things than your master. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly and nodded dubiously. Then, she tidied up her messy clothes and hair and walked outside. Sigh. Xie Feng stood on the spot and sighed. Thinking about Lin Ray's words, she began to worry. For some reason, after Lin Ray said that he was going out, she began to feel uneasy. Regarding this, Xie Feng felt very strange because this feeling only appeared when she was suppressed during the Dragon Han calamity. She did not know how many hundreds of millions of years had passed since then. It was precisely because of this that Xie Feng began to worry. No, this time, even if he doesn't let me follow him, I have to follow him. Thinking about this, Xie Feng's gaze became firm. It could be seen that she had already made up her mind. And those who were familiar with her knew that she was serious when they saw her expression. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was at the exit of the secret realm, had already arrived at the entrance of the palace allocated to his mother. He looked up at the signboard in the middle of the palace. The words Fenghe Palace were written on the signboard. All the disciples of the Xuanzong sect knew that the mother of the founder of the Xuanzong sect lived here. Hence, this palace was sealed as a forbidden area in the Xuanzong sect. Looking at the three simple words, Phoenix Peace Hall, although Linley looked very relaxed, his heart was very heavy. That was because he hadn't been here for 1,000 years. Ever since that incident, he hadn't been here. Big brother. Just as Linley was having a hard time deciding, a voice suddenly rang out, instantly pulling Linley back to reality. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and saw a middle-aged man not far to the left looking at him. Some fragmented images in Lin Ray's mind floated before his eyes. Immediately, his eyes became wet. Big brother. Your eyes, why are they? It's okay. It's just temporary blindness. When your cultivation is high enough, you'll be able to see again. Be careful. In response to his brother's question, he had been asked many times since he returned to the Xuanzong sect. Moreover, this matter was probably not a secret in the Xuanzong sect. I know. Hearing Lin Ray's explanation, Lin Feng quickly walked up to him and asked, "You're here to see our mother, right?" Yes, I haven't been here for a long time. Our mother has been well all these years. How is her health? Is she well? Good. Looking at his big brother's expression, Lin Feng did not dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly told him about their mother's recent situation. Our mother's health is very good. Not only that, our mother's cultivation has already reached the level of a divine guard. Moreover, she should still be cultivating at this time. Divine guard. Hearing about his mother's current cultivation, Lin Ray was shocked. He really did not expect his mother to have cultivated to such a level. What's wrong? Is it hard to believe? In fact, I don't dare to believe it either. However, Mother said that in order to be with us, in order to let you come back and see that she's still alive, she has been cultivating for part of the day and night. For so many years, Mother has basically not rested. Every day, she's been cultivating. Sometimes, it's even more terrifying. One closed-door cultivation can last for 100 years. In the entire Xuanzong sect, only you can do this. Sigh. Hearing his brother's words, for a moment, a sense of guilt rose from his heart. At this moment, he felt that he owed his mother too much. Let's go. Brother, Mother is still cultivating. Why don't you come to my place first? You can also meet your nephew and the third or fourth generation juniors. What? Third or fourth generation? Lin Ray, who was still feeling guilty about his mother's matter, suddenly heard his brother's words. Suddenly, Lin Ray was stunned. Third or fourth generation. This meant that he had become an ancestor. Thinking of this, Lin Ray found it hard to accept. He had always thought that he was still young. Although he had a granddaughter, it was not a big deal. However, 3 or 4 generations had appeared. At this moment, he began to feel that he was old. Chapter 688. That's right. Seeing that his brother was so surprised, Lin Feng said with interest, "The children below are working hard to carry on our Lin family bloodline. From now on, our Lin family will be considered a big family." Yes, a big family. Looking at him, Lin Ray smiled and said, "Since that's the case, let's go and take a look. I originally wanted to see Mother, but now it's not a bad idea to see the descendants. After this, I don't know how long I'll have to wait before I come back. Let's recognize them this time, so that we won't be unable to recognize them when we're outside." What? Hearing Lin Ray's words, Lin Feng was stunned. Then, he said anxiously, "Brother, you're leaving again?" "Yes, that's right." Then what about Mother? You're not going to see her?" Hearing this, Lin Ray turned around and faced the main hall. His divine sense rushed out instantly. Looking at the door, he sighed. Forget it. Since Mother is cultivating, it's not good to disturb her. Moreover, I don't want to see that person. If I see Mother, I'm afraid there will be a lot of unhappiness. Saying this, Lin Ray turned to Lin Feng and continued, Since that's the case, it's better not to see her. We can't talk about it now, because that matter is very important to me. Moreover, I don't have much time left. Then, all right, since he had already said this, he knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't persuade his brother. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't try to persuade him. Since that's the case, let's go and sit at my place. Don't leave today. Let's catch up. Okay, lead the way. Just like that, under Lin Feng's guidance, Linli followed Lin Feng to another palace behind the palace. Brother, this is where I live. As for the juniors, I'm afraid they're still cultivating. Go in and wait for a while. I'll go and wake them up now. Since they're all cultivating, I think it's better. When he heard that his back was still cultivating, Lin Ray wanted to say no. However, before he could say anything, Lin Feng interrupted him. Don't. You're a busy man. I don't know how long it will be before we meet again. Moreover, you can't not know the descendants of the clan. After saying that, Lin Feng refused to agree no matter what. Then, without waiting for Lin Li to speak again, he disappeared from where he stood. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray sighed and walked into the palace. Phew! Although the decorations within the palace couldn't be considered extravagant, they weren't too far off. Overall, however, it was still quite good. Seeing this, Lin Li smiled and found a place to sit, then sat down and began to wait quietly. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. During this time, Lin Ray seemed to be sitting, but in reality, he had already entered the system. I say, why are you here again? Didn't you say you were leaving? Why do you still have time to come here? At this moment, Lin Li, who was sitting on the pool, looked at Lin Li, who had suddenly appeared. For a moment, he asked warily, as if he was afraid that Lin Li would snatch this place away from him. However, Lin Ray was naturally aware of the little dragon's actions at this moment. Therefore, looking at him, Lin Ray did not beat around the bush and directly asked the question in his heart. Okay, don't be petty. This time, I'm here to ask you something else. What is it? Say it. It's nothing. It's just that my talisman Dao has reached the zone level, right? But I heard that they divide talismans into grades from the 1st to the 9th, and then the supreme grade. At this point, Lin Li hesitated for a moment, and then he spoke again. I just want to ask, based on the classification of talisman Taoism in the godly realm, what grade should my master talisman Taoism be? At this moment, the little dragon, who was sitting on the surface of the water, listened to Lin Ray's question and felt helpless for a moment. He originally thought that it would be a difficult question to solve, but he did not expect that in the end, it would be a question without any technical content. In this regard, the little dragon was very helpless, but in order to let Lin Ray leave quickly, he still answered. Grade 8. Your talisman Taoism cultivation is now grade 8. It can be said that the master level is grade 8. As for grade 6 and grade 8, it will have to wait until you break through to the supreme level. If you want to break through to the supreme grade, then you have to break through to the peak of the venerable level. At that time, you will be the so-called legendary supreme grade in the godly realm. Oh, so that's it. After listening to the little dragon's explanation, he roughly understood some of the classification. However, when he thought of the supreme grade, there was still the saint grade and even Hongmeng. In an instant, a new question arose. Then what is the classification of a saint grade? And Hongmeng, if I reach Hongmeng, then? Stop. After listening to Lin Ray's question, the little dragon frowned. Without waiting for him to say yes, he quickly stopped him and said, I say, do you have nothing better to do? There are so many things to do, and you're only at the master level now. If you have the time, you might as well hurry up and practice talisman Taoism or cultivation. As for the saint grade and Hongmeng that you mentioned, when you reach that level, come and find me. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Ray to finish the question in his heart, and without waiting for Lin Ray to finish his next sentence, the little dragon waved his sleeve. Lin Ray only felt his vision turn black, and his body lost consciousness. When he felt his intuition again, he knew that he had been forced out of the system by the little dragon. TSK, stingy. Feeling that he had returned to his body, For a moment, Lin Rei really couldn't hold back and directly opened his mouth to say. At this moment, some auras of different strengths came from outside. In response, the moment he felt these auras, Lin Rei instinctively released his divine sense. In an instant, he saw that the leader of those people outside was his younger brother. At this moment, he also knew that these people were his younger brother's descendants. For a moment, Lin Rei smiled when he felt their cultivation at this moment. Although some of them had not reached the divine realm, the weakest among them had already reached the immortal venerable realm. Regarding this, how could Lin Rei not be happy? After all, they were all descendants of the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Feng led a group of people into the main hall. Lin Li, who had been observing them with his divine sense, didn't stand up when he saw them enter the main hall. Instead, he sat down and smiled at them with a mask on his face. Big brother, these are my descendants. At this moment, Lin Rei arrived in front of Lin Feng. Seeing the smile on his face, Lin Feng pointed at the group of people behind him and introduced them. Got it. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Rei looked at them with his divine sense, memorizing their faces by heart. After all, if they were to encounter danger outside, he would be able to save them if he met them. All right, since you are all descendants of Xiao Feng, then you're all members of the Lin family. Saying this, Lin Rei's originally smiling face instantly turned serious. Here, I don't have any requirements for you. However, you must remember that if you are a member of the Lin family, then you must abide by the rules of the Lin family. Saying this, Lin Rei stood up. Instantly, an invisible aura of a ruler crushed everyone's bodies. Firstly, as a member of the Lin family, you must not reap without sowing. If you want something, you must work hard. Secondly, you must not kill the innocent. However, you must remember that if someone respects me, I will return the favor tenfold. On the other hand, if someone wants to stir up trouble or even have the intention to kill, then needless to say, although the Lin family does not want to cause trouble, we are not afraid of it. Thirdly, those are the first two rules. If there are offenders, the Ministry of Justice will not let them off. No matter who they are, as long as they have committed a crime, they must bear the punishment that they deserve. Yes, we will remember. Hearing this, the group didn't have anything else to say. At this moment, beads of cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. Even Lin Feng, who was at the side, was like this. It was said that women changed their faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. However, at this moment, everyone saw that men changed their faces even faster. Just a moment ago, Lin Rei's expression was as cold as ice. In the next moment, it turned into a warm river breeze and a gentle smile. All right, since we're done talking about serious matters, let's talk about private matters. Saying this, Lin Rei flipped his hands. More than 20 bottles of pills appeared in his hands. Come, I don't have anything to give you. However, it depends on your strength. Some of you have broken through to the godly state, and some haven't. At this point, Lin Rei raised his head and looked at everyone with his divine consciousness. He continued, although this bottle of pills doesn't have much use, it is very useful for you now. If you eat it, you might be able to break through to the godly state. Big brother, at this moment, Lin Feng, who was at the side, heard this and immediately stepped forward to refuse. However, the younger generation of the Lin family who hadn't broken through to the godly state looked at the pills with passion in their eyes. However, that was all. There was nothing else other than passion. Lin Rei, who had been observing them, felt relieved when he saw their expressions. That was because there was nothing that Lin Rei didn't want to see in their eyes other than passion. Xiao Feng, you've taught your children well indeed. Lin Li smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. You can give them these pills. Anyway, I don't need them. If you don't want them, I can only throw them all away. Lin Feng nodded and said, you can give them these pills. I don't need them anyway. As he said this, he grabbed the pill bottle in his hand and made a gesture of throwing something out, as if he was afraid that his younger brother wouldn't agree. Don't. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been trying to shirk the responsibility, rushed forward and snatched the pill bottle from Lin Feng's hand when he heard what Lin Feng had done. I want it, okay? Seeing him like this, a smile appeared on Linley's face. His heart sank into silence. A scene like this was extremely joyous and harmonious. When had he ever thought like this before? Unfortunately, it was still not the right time. Seeing that Lin Feng had distributed the pills to his descendants, and that everything was fine, Linley stood up and said, "Little Feng, in the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Mother. And those little brats, if possible, don't let them live like flowers in a greenhouse. That's not good for them." Yes, I understand. Looking at his brother, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before he quickly responded, as long as you understand." Looking at him, Lin Ray didn't say anything else and walked out. All right. Just as Lin Ray was about to step out of the hall, he suddenly stopped and didn't look back. "Remember, when Mother wakes up, tell her that I'll find time to come back and see her. Although cultivation is good, the most important thing is the state of mind. Remember. With that, Lin Ray didn't look back and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Standing in the store, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He silently looked at the departing figure and finally closed his eyes. "Just one more place. Wait for me." At this moment, Lin Ray walked out of the hall and looked at a mountain peak not far away. Lin Ray's heart softened and his previous calmness completely disappeared. With a whoosh, Lin Ray's figure instantly disappeared and rushed towards the mountain peak in the west. His speed was so fast that it was as if he had caught a glimpse of a graceful swan. Whoosh! At this moment, in front of Fengyi Hall, a woman wearing blue clothes came here with a worried expression. But when she saw the tightly shut door, her breathing became more urgent. "What's going on? There's no one at Father's place. There's no one at the palace. There's no one at great-grandmother's place. Where did he go?" At this moment, the woman who came to Fengyi Hall wasn't a person, but Lin Ling, who had left the secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, she immediately rushed to Taihe Hall and then to the discussion hall. However, she still didn't see Lin Ray's figure. In the end, the only place she could think of was Fengyi Hall. But now, Fengyi Hall's door was tightly shut. This made her feel a sliver of despair. "No, wait, there's also second grandpa, yes, second grandpa." Just when Lin Ling was feeling dejected, she suddenly remembered that her grandpa had a brother. Immediately, Lin Ling became energized and didn't stop. She took a step and instantly rushed out 100 meters. About 2 minutes later, Lin Ling was at the back of Fengyi Hall where Lin Feng lived. At this moment, Lin Feng and his descendants didn't leave. They were sitting in the hall and chatting. At this moment, when Lin Ling came to the door and saw the situation in the store, she immediately took a step and disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already before Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was chatting with his descendants, suddenly saw someone appear before him. Immediately, everyone became alert. However, when the crowd saw who it was, they let down their guard against her and smiled. "Sigh, little Ling Air, so it's you." Chapter 689. Second Grandpa. Did my grandpa come here? I've searched many places but couldn't find him. If you know where he is, please tell me. Oh, looking at Lin Ling, Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect his big brother to not visit his descendants. "Second Grandpa, please tell me. Did my grandpa come here?" At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Lin Feng came back to his senses and quickly replied, "Little Linger, don't panic." As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and said, "My elder brother did come. He came just a moment ago, right after you. However, I don't know where he is now." Hearing this, Lin Ling was disappointed. "Second Grandpa, did my grandpa say where he was going? Where? Let me think about it." Then Lin Feng fell in a deep thought. However, the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, my big brother said that he came to see my mother this time. After that, he will leave. He seems to be going out to train." "What? Going out to train?" Hearing this, Lin Ling panicked. She wanted to come out and see her grandfather who had been with her for more than 30 years, but she didn't expect that the last news she received was this. MHM. Yes, that's what Big Brother said. Seeing the disappointed Lin Ling, Lin Feng comforted her. It's okay. Big Brother will be gone for almost a few hundred years. We'll be back after that. You can see him then. Anyway, we have a lifespan. A few hundred years is nothing. No, I must see Grandpa. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was standing on the spot with a disappointed expression, didn't hear Lin Feng's words at all. Second Grandpa, I'm leaving first. Then, without waiting for Lin Feng's reply, Lin Ling instantly turned into a breeze and disappeared into the palace. Lin Ling's actions made everyone's eyes light up. Lin Feng was full of praise. TSK, TSK, TSK. This child is amazing. By the looks of it, she has the talent to surpass her father. Huh, so amazing. At this moment, the descendant heard his grandpa's words and couldn't help but take a few more glances at the direction Lin Ling left. He couldn't help but praise her. At this moment, Lin Ling couldn't hear it at all. Even if she did, she would probably smile. She didn't fly towards a sect. Instead, she flew towards the best palace in the Xuanzong sect. At this moment, in the highest hall of the Xuanzong sect, Lin Yun was discussing something with the higher-ups of the Xuanzong sect. At this moment, the entire hall was silent. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Smoke rose from all directions, as if a war was about to break out. Qinkuan sect is about to retaliate. Even a cornered rabbit will bite back, and a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Qinkuan sect's retaliation is really strong. I wonder where they found a group of emperors and 4 hierarch experts. Seems like Qinkuan sect is going all out this time. At this moment, among the silent crowd, a middle-aged man with a murderous aura looked worriedly at the crowd and said, it was this voice that broke the silence. This person was none other than Bai Qi, the warlord who had been summoned by Lin Li. Yeah, I wonder where Qinkuan sect found so many experts. This way, the original plan of slowly exhausting Qinkuan sect to death is all ruined. Saya, originally, they could have annihilated one of the top sects in the God world. But now, they got themselves into trouble. There was no lack of arguments, but Lin Yun, who was sitting on the throne, didn't say a word. But looking at his gloomy face, it was clear that this matter was very serious. Sigh. With a sigh, the discussions of the crowd instantly died down. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on him. Since this matter has already come to this, what can you do? It doesn't matter. Whatever comes, as long as they dare to come. At this moment, Lin Yun's words silenced everyone. Facing 4 ultimate gods, who could win? Sigh. At this moment, everyone sighed at the same time. Then, the scene fell into silence again. Lin Yun, who was in the upper seat, didn't say anything at this moment because he was well aware of their current strength. Father, Father. At this moment, just as everyone was falling silent, a voice rang out, causing everyone's gazes to fall on the ground floor of the main hall. Another day. And after this shout, everyone present knew who the person who had come was. Because in the entire Xuanzong sect, only the daughter of Lin Yun, the sect leader of the Xuanzong sect, Lin Ling, could call him father. As expected, Lin Ling's figure appeared in front of everyone not long after. However, she seemed to be very anxious. She didn't greet everyone when she saw them and immediately disappeared from the door. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Lin Yun. Father, shut up. The older you get, the more irregular you become. You can't even handle meeting your elders? Is this what Senior Xie Feng taught you? At this moment, seeing his daughter like this, Lin Yun's face suddenly turned gloomy. He directly interrupted her and lectured her coldly. Seeing her father like this, Lin Ling suddenly remembered where she was. Then, with an expression of knowing that she was wrong, she turned around and bowed to everyone below. Uncles, grandpa, grandma, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. It's fine. Ling Er is so anxious. She must have something important to say. Those who don't know can't be blamed, right? You go first. Yes. Ling Er, if you have something to say, just say it. We're not in a hurry anyway. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing this, the people below were shocked and quickly said, "You're wrong. Lin Ling, you're wrong." Sigh. Looking at the people below, Lin Yun, who was sitting in his seat, naturally knew why they were like this. It was none other than Lin Rei's suppression and Lin Rei's attitude when he first met Lin Ling regarding this. Lin Yun sighed and asked his daughter, "Speak, what made you so anxious?" Grandpa came out of seclusion. I came out to look for him, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I came here before, but I didn't see him outside, so I left. Then, I went to Great-Grandma's place, but I still couldn't find him. However, he went to Second Grandpa's place, and Second Grandpa said that Grandpa was about to leave again. So, I came to ask you, do you know where Grandpa is most likely to be? What? Father came out of seclusion? Young Master came out of seclusion? At this moment, the news that Lin Ling said shocked everyone present, but then a trace of joy appeared on their faces. Sect Master, since Young Master came out of seclusion, then if we tell Young Master about this matter, I believe that with Young Master's help, the crisis of the sect will be easily resolved. We can even directly push the sect to become one of the top sects in the God Realm. At this moment, after hearing that Lin Rei came out of seclusion, Bai Qi, who was standing below, immediately went up and spoke up. Yes, yes, yes. As long as Young Master helps, the sect will definitely be able to survive this crisis, and even better than before. At this moment, everyone stood up, and they all agreed with Bai Qi's idea. Yes, I also think that this matter is feasible, but this matter has to be reported to Father. If he is not willing, I believe that none of us here can do anything. Yes, yes. Originally, everyone thought that there was hope as if they were injected with chicken blood, but Lin Yun's words once again brought everyone back to square one. Father, I don't care about your matters. I just want to know where Grandpa is now. Moreover, Grandpa is about to leave. I'm afraid that if we don't hurry, Grandpa will leave. Moreover, Second Grandpa also said that after Grandpa leaves this time, it is very likely that he will only return after a few hundred years. Yes, yes, finding Father is more important. At this moment, Lin Yun reacted. He quickly stood up and said to the people below, "Everyone, Ling is right. If Father really travels again, it is very likely that it will be a long time before he returns. So, let's hurry up and find Father." "Yes, we will do as you say." Everyone present agreed with Lin Yun's order, because this was not only related to the power of the sect, but also the date when they would meet again. Good, in that case, let's disperse. We have the right to find Father. With that, Lin Yun's figure disappeared in the next moment. Then, Bai Qi, Dianwei, and slowly, they disappeared one by one. Lin Ling only reacted after everyone had disappeared. TSK, as expected of Powerhouse. They're so fast. Seeing everyone disappear, Lin Ling was envious of their strength. However, in order to find Lin Rei as soon as possible, she did not stay here for long. She immediately used her cultivation method and disappeared from the hall. There were still people in the hall before. At this moment, the entire hall fell into complete silence. At this moment, because of the news that Lin Rei had come out of seclusion, the entire Xuanzong sect was restless. Everyone began to look for Lin Rei. However, the person they were looking for had already arrived at another forbidden area of the Xuanzong sect. That was Jinling's grave. At this moment, standing in front of the gate of the cemetery and looking at the black-yellow flowers all over the mountain, Lin Rei smiled. However, it was a heart-wrenching smile. "Ling I'm here to see you." Looking at the cemetery, Lin Rei stopped at the gate for a long time. Then, he stepped forward and pushed open the gate. The scene inside appeared in his mind. At this moment, the inside of the cemetery was very different from before. However, the difference was that the outside was filled with black-yellow flowers, while the inside was filled with chrysanthemums. This was Jinling's favorite flower when she was alive. Chrysanthemums were not spiritual herbs or divine treasures, but their vitality was indeed very strong. Especially after coming to the God Realm and being nourished by the spiritual chi of the God Realm, the chrysanthemums grew even stronger. Chrysanthemums of various colors filled the entire cemetery and surrounded Jean Ling's grave, which was buried in the center of the cemetery. However, next to the grave, an old man who seemed to be in his early years was kneeling next to the grave. In his hand was a long sword filled with powerful sword aura. This is... As he stared at the old man, Linley's mind began to quickly search for any memories related to this old man. Yes, back in the Gorge of Death, most of his memories had been wiped away. All that remained were fragmented memories. However, Lin Ray was filled with surprise towards this old man. It was not only because of the long sword in his hand that was filled with sword aura, but also because of his cultivation. Although the old man did not reveal his cultivation, Lin Ray could feel that this old man was definitely very strong. Looking at him, Lin Ray stepped forward. As soon as he stepped into the cemetery, a vigorous sword intent soared into the sky and swarmed over. Not only that, but even the old man kneeling in front of the grave, whose eyes were originally closed and whose aura could not be sensed, opened his eyes the moment Lin Ray stepped into the cemetery. At this moment, he stood up. Break! Standing at the door, Linley could feel the majestic sword will. It was like an ancient beast that had been asleep for a long time. At this moment, it was awakening and charging towards him. Linley did not hesitate. He activated his cultivation method and instantly used the astral finger. A huge fingerprint instantly collided with the sword will. With a bang, the two attacks collided. The two attacks were evenly matched and canceled each other out, but the shock waves from the collision scattered in all directions. No! However, at this moment, Nam Mingyan sensed the power of the shock wave and immediately gave up on confronting Linley. He hurriedly used his spiritual energy to protect the chrysanthemum and tombs in the cemetery. Sensing this, Lin Ray's heart was filled with doubt. However, at the same time, Lin Ray approved of this old man in front of him. This was because the first thing he did was to protect everything in the cemetery. Lin Ray believed that he had found this person, but he did not have any memories of this person. He did not know anything about this person. You are. Finally, Lin Ray asked the old man. Even though he had approved of him, he still wanted to know his name. After all, he had never met someone who could use such a powerful sword intent and sword chi in the realm of the gods. Lin No, young master. At this moment, the old man who was protecting the cemetery heard the intruder's question and immediately raised his head to look at the intruder. However, the moment he raised his head and saw the intruder's face, he froze on the spot. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. But now that he heard Jian Wudi saying that he had participated in the attack on the Black Sect as well, Linley found it hard to accept. His killing intent surged through the heavens. The strong, murderous aura rushed out of the tomb and into the surroundings. It was so strong that it was unbelievable and terrifying. Jian Wudi, who was kneeling on the ground, felt the bone-chilling, suffocating, murderous aura. He fell to the ground immediately. At this moment, Jian Wudi was filled with fear and hesitation. He hadn't expected that because of some of his words, he would cause Linley to be displeased once more. However, what Jian Wudi did not know was that Lin Ray had almost forgotten about this matter. Hearing his words, it was as if Lin Ray had experienced the scene of Jean Ling's death again. To him, this was undoubtedly the most torturous thing. No one would be able to endure this. However, Lin Ray's murderous aura was strong and majestic, but he had no intention of making a move. At this moment, all the higher-ups in the Xuanzong sect were looking for Lin Ray. Just as they were at a loss and did not know where to start, they suddenly felt a strong, murderous aura. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the palace where the tomb was. Father, as Lin Ray's son, Lin Yin knew that the strong, murderous aura came from his father the moment he felt it. He also knew that the murderous aura came from the place where Jean Ling was buried. It was also the forbidden area of the Xuanzong sect. Other than Lin Rei, even he, the current sect leader, was not allowed to go near this forbidden area. Father, what are you talking about? Where's Grandpa? Lin Yun, who was stunned by the strong, murderous aura, did not realize that Lin Ling had already come to his side and heard his call. Young Master, it's young Master's murderous aura. On the other side, the young man felt the murderous aura and looked in the direction of the tomb with a sad expression. Sigh. It seems that young Master still hasn't forgotten about Sister Ling Er's death. What? Grandpa Male, are you saying that my grandpa is in the palace on that mountain peak? Lin Ling, who had been following them, was excited when she heard the young man's words. Yes, that's right. Just as the young man heard Lin Ling's question, he saw Lin Ling rushing towards the tomb before he could finish his sentence. The young man was stunned for a moment. Then, when he came back to his senses, Lin Ling was already infinitely close to the tomb. Not good. Xiao Yun, quick, Lil Linger is about to enter the tomb. Quickly stop her. The young man said to Lin Yun anxiously. Then, he released his cultivation and rushed towards Lin Ling at full speed. At this moment, he was like a sudden clap of thunder. His speed left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Yun, who had been in a daze, came back to his senses when he heard the exclamation from the side. When he found out that his daughter was about to enter the forbidden area, he panicked. Not for anything else, but because even he, his biological son, was not allowed to enter that place, let alone a descendant. He was worried that his daughter would be punished because of this, and he was afraid that his father would be angry. Quick, stop Linger with all your might. No matter what method you use, just stop her and don't let her enter the tomb. At this moment, Lin Yun was completely crazy and shouted into the air. After he shouted, a group of men in black suddenly appeared, together with the higher-ups who came out to look for Lin Rei. At this moment, they heard Lin Yun's order and rushed out one after another. Everyone's face was filled with fear and panic. At this moment, the curtains of a chase had been raised. However, Lin Rei, who was in the tomb, had no idea what was happening outside the tomb. Moreover, he was not in the mood to care about what was happening outside. In the tomb, after hearing Jin Wudi's words, Lin Rei was stunned for a long time. But soon he calmed down. The previous malevolence on his face disappeared at this moment and was replaced by calmness. It was as though there were no ripples on the surface of a lake. It was terrifyingly calm. When he came back to his senses and checked on Jin Wudi, who was kneeling on the ground, Lin Rei said, "Get up. Thank you for guarding this place for so many years. You've worked hard." As soon as he said that, Jin Wudi, who was kneeling on the ground, began to tremble violently. Tears welled up in his eyes and flowed down uncontrollably. He looked like an old man in tears. Young master, this subordinate, 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 this subordinate. Saying that, Jin Wudi's head was buried deep in the soil, as though he had never seen anyone. Lin Rei could feel that Jin Wudi was really regretting this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. Looking at him, Lin Rei sighed and said, "All right, Elder Jin, you can leave first. I want to talk to Ling and alone." Yes, young master, subordinate will go on guard. I won't let anyone disturb your reunion with Madam and young master. When Jin Wudi heard Lin Li's words, he immediately knew what to do. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to Lin Li before leaving the cemetery and heading outside. Lin Rei didn't care about Jin Wudi's departure. With a plop, Lin Rei knelt in front of the grave, tears flowing from his eyes. An indescribable look of agony appeared on his face. Using his divine sense to scan the tomb in front of him, Lin Li frowned. His hand trembled as he stroked the tombstone. Linger, husband came to see you. Did you miss your husband? My son, it's all my fault. If I hadn't left with you back then, if I hadn't left back then, you would still be by my side." With that, Lin Ray's body trembled violently. He was in indescribable pain. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. All of this is my fault. I was too young at that time. I didn't take you and your mother into consideration. If I took you away at that time, I don't think the things that happened later would have happened. Boo-hoo. I was wrong." He was crying. He was crying. Completely crying. The Linley in front of him right now was completely different from the resolute and callous person he had been on the outside. Presumably, the two of them were two completely different people. As the saying goes, men don't cry easily unless they are deeply hurt. Lin Ray was in so much pain that it penetrated his heart. Right now, Linley was crying very hard. Outside the mausoleum, the crying was even more intense. Jian Wudi had already followed Linley's instructions to stand guard at the gates of the mausoleum. But right at this moment, a young and beautiful woman dressed in sapphire robes suddenly charged towards him. Jian Wudi couldn't help but frown. Chapter 691. At the same time, Lin Ling saw Jian Wudi standing at the entrance with a long sword in his hand. Lin Ling was dumbfounded when she saw him. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the graveyard? Don't you know where this is?" I. Lin Ling immediately came back to her senses. Her eyes were full of grievance, and she couldn't say anything else. He was stunned by Jian Wudi's sword essence and was rooted to the spot, unable to move. "I don't care who you are. Leave now and go to the Ministry of Punishments to receive your punishment." With that, Jian Wudi looked at her impatiently and said, "Remember, this is not a place for you to come. No one can set foot here except for the young master. Do you remember?" No. I want to find..." Lin Ling didn't want to accept Jian Wudi's words. She was a little anxious and didn't care about what he said before. However, Jian Wudi didn't waste any time. He waved his sword finger at Lin Ling whoosh. A sword chi was like an ancient beast that had completely awakened at this moment. It opened its huge mouth and bit at Lin Ling with its sharp teeth. How this? Jian Wudi's sudden attack caught Lin Ling off guard. Jian Wudi's sword chi was so powerful that Lin Ling was dumbfounded on the spot. She was in disbelief. Just as the sword chi was about to tear Lin Ling to pieces, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a furious roar came from behind Lin Ling. "Have mercy. She's young master's granddaughter." What? Jian Wudi was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this little girl to be Lin Ray's granddaughter. Regardless of whether it was real or not, Jian Wudi didn't hesitate at all. The instant his sword chi was about to reach Lin Ling, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Jian Wudi dropped the sword in his hand and hurriedly formed hand seals with both hands. Mysterious runes then rushed out from Jian Wudi's body. Reverse. In this eerily silent space, the sword chi that was about to kill Lin Ling suddenly stopped. Then a strange scene occurred. The moment the sword chi stopped, it rushed in the opposite direction. Bang! The sword chi reversed its direction, and its speed became even faster. It arrived at Jian Wudi's body in an instant. Jian Wudi had no way to deal with it. Just like that, he was struck by his own sword chi. At that moment, Jian Wudi was sent flying backwards. With a bang, he smashed through the gates of the cemetery behind him. Bam! 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 Jian Wudi's figure flew back 100 meters without any hindrance before his body came to a stop. However, due to Jian Wudi flying backward, a path was opened up in the chrysanthemum field. The chrysanthemums along the way were crushed to death mercilessly. It's over. We're in trouble this time. At this moment, a few figures arrived at the entrance of the cemetery the moment Jian Wudi was sent flying. When they saw the tragic state of the cemetery, the people standing at the entrance had only one thought in their minds. It's over. Sitting in front of the tomb, Linley naturally sensed the commotion. He spread out his divine sense and saw Jiu Ju's condition, the deathly pale Jian Wudi lying on the ground, and the worried Lin Yun and the others standing outside the door. Lin Li's face, which had been closed and filled with longing, suddenly darkened. Looking at them, the gloomy-faced Lin Li rose to his feet. Stretching out his divine sense, he walked towards Jian Wudi one step at a time. They weren't far apart. He reached Jian Wudi in a few steps. Lin Rei frowned. He squatted down and placed his hand on Jian Wudi's chest. Immediately, a stream of pure spiritual qi rushed into his body and began to examine his injuries. A few minutes later, Lin Rei's gloomy face darkened even more. Lin Rei said, "Reversal? You were injured by your own attack." Cough. Yes, young master. Jian Wudi was lying on the ground, clutching his chest. Upon hearing Lin Li's judgment, Jian Wudi's eyes instantly widened, and a look of shock appeared on his face. "Here, eat this and rest for a while." Hearing his words, Lin Li didn't think too much about it. He directly took out a pill from his storage ring and handed it to him for him to consume. Thank you, young master. Thank you." Jian Wudi didn't refuse Lin Li's medicinal pills, because in his heart, he knew very well that if he didn't have any healing pills, it would probably take a very long time for his wounds to heal. At the thought of that, Jian Wudi took the pill and swallowed it. Then, he got up and sat down cross-legged to recover from his injuries. When Lin Rei saw that Jian Wudi was recovering, he stood up and looked at the entrance of the cemetery with a gloomy face. Then, he stepped on the damaged chrysanthemum and walked to the entrance. At this moment, the people standing at the entrance watched as Lin Li walked towards them step by step. For a moment, everyone's hearts were beating like drums. Even Lin Yun couldn't help trembling at this moment. Lin Rei's expression had never changed since he was born. Other than when he saw his father kill someone, he had never seen such an expression. Therefore, he would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid. Father, you shut up." At this moment, Lin Li, who had arrived at the door, heard his son's words, and his frown deepened. However, before he could say anything, Lin Rei scolded him. "Others might not know, but don't you know? This is the resting place of your elder brother and aunt. What are you trying to do?" "Huh?" Hearing those words, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Lin Yin was so frightened by Lin Li's reprimand that he started trembling. Grandfather, don't blame father. It's all my fault. I wanted to call you, so I didn't listen to the elders. I know I'm wrong." At this moment, Lin Ling, who was standing in the crowd, saw everyone's reaction. At this moment, she knew the severity of this matter. She quickly went up and admitted her mistake. Lin Rei, who was in a fit of anger, suddenly heard a woman's words. He immediately released his divine sense. When he saw this woman, he recognized that she was Xie Feng's disciple in the secret realm. He had met her once when he came out of seclusion. However, when he heard her call him grandfather, Lin Rei was stunned. Then, he fell into his memories. Grandfather. In an instant, Lin Rei called him grandfather. Suddenly, a very cute little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, Lin Rei looked at the girl in front of him and asked, "Yes, I'm Ling." At this moment, Lin Ling, who knew she was wrong, heard her grandfather's call. She immediately looked up and responded in surprise. Hearing her reply, Lin Li suddenly realized that 30 years had passed. No matter what, this little girl should have grown up by now. However, thinking back to when he was at the Evil Phoenix's place, he knew that his granddaughter had followed the Evil Phoenix and taken her as a disciple. But even so, he wasn't the reason why they came here and destroyed this place. He couldn't forgive them for this. Although he knew that this was his only granddaughter, he wouldn't let them off just because of this. "All right, since that's the case, then I don't need to say anything more. Since you're my descendant, you'll have to follow my rules." As he spoke, Lin Li's expression turned cold. He then said, "Go to the Ministry of Justice and receive your punishment." At this moment, everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Rei's words. They thought that he would be lenient when he found out that Lin Ling was his granddaughter. They didn't expect this. However, everyone accepted Lin Rei's punishment. After all, nothing could be accomplished without rules. Yes, Grandpa. Hearing her grandfather's words, Lin Ling nodded and quickly retreated to the back. As for you guys, seeing Lin Ling leave, Lin Rei spoke again, breaking the law knowingly. I think you guys know how to deal with it without me saying it. Everyone knew about this long ago. Therefore, they didn't say anything and could only nod in agreement. Yes, we obey. And, seeing everyone nod in agreement, Lin Li waved his hand and said, since that's the case, you may leave. With that, Lin Rei turned and went inside the tomb. Looking at the destroyed Jiuju, Lin Rei's heart was filled with grief. Using true Tai water can make them grow again. Perhaps they will be better than before. At this moment, just when Lin Rei was grieving, the little dragon suddenly spoke. What? True Tai water? Lin Rei was full of anticipation for what the little dragon said. After all, if it was really as the little dragon said, he would definitely give it a try. Moreover, he just saw that there was true Tai water. And that's right. True Tai water can make them grow again. Moreover, they will be better than before. However, judging from the destroyed Jiuju, I'm afraid you will need to use all of your true Tai water. Chapter 692. F***CK so much. True Supreme Water was extremely precious. No matter the grade of the pill, as long as the True Supreme Water was added, the quality of the pill would increase by 1 grade. Lin Rei's heart ached when he thought about how the little dragon wanted to take all of the True Supreme Water. However, even though his heart ached, his body still took out all of the True Supreme Water. Then, he used his cultivation to wrap the True Supreme Water around the destroyed chrysanthemum in the middle. Just a moment ago, the chrysanthemums were still lying on the ground, but in the next moment, clusters of chrysanthemums began to grow from the ground. Moreover, the growth speed was very fast. In just a short dozen seconds, the chrysanthemums that were previously destroyed completely grew at this moment. They grew in their style was even better than before. Upon seeing this, Lin Li, who had been feeling some heartache, was instantly healed. Because when he thought about how these chrysanthemums would accompany his wife and son, he was satisfied. Father, however, just as Lin Li had been in a good mood, a voice suddenly rang out, completely destroying Lin Li's good mood. He was no stranger to this voice. What's the matter? Didn't I tell you to go and receive your punishment? Why are you still here? Could it be that my words no longer hold any weight? No. When everyone heard Lin Rei's words, they knew that he was angry. Lin Rei was angry. Instantly, everyone looked at Lin Yun for help. Lin Yun didn't have the chance to decline. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and took a step forward. Father, it's like this. Then, Lin Yun looked at the people behind him and saw the anticipation in their eyes. Lin Yun continued, because 30 years ago, I ordered people to guard the vicinity of the Qingquan sect. I also ordered that any disciple who came out of the Qingquan sect should be killed on the spot without reporting. Oh, is that so? At this moment, Lin Rei, who was originally a little angry, calmed down a little after hearing this news. However, he knew that this matter was not as simple as it had been described. Sure enough, just as Lin Rei thought of this, Lin Yun's voice sounded out once again. This time, there was a trace of fear in his voice. However, over the past 30 years, the people I have sent have killed too many people from the Qingquan sect. Furthermore, they have found out that the culprits are our disciples from the Xuanzong sect. Thus, they have begun to seek revenge. That's right, young master. Perhaps it's because we've killed too many disciples of the Qingquan sect in the past few years that the other party has gone berserk. I don't know where they found 5 supreme gods and countless god emperors. So what? 5 ultimate gods? At that moment, after hearing Bai Qi's words, he was stunned. Lin Rei furrowed his brows. He knew that this matter was very serious and could even cause the death of the ultimate god. That's right, young master. 5 supreme gods. As you know, other than the people you brought back, no one else can go against the Chinquan sect. Furthermore, the disciples of the Chinquan sect only listen to you, so this is their plan. Hearing Bai Chi speak his mind, Linley laughed. So, after all this time, he was actually asking for reinforcements. At this thought, Lin Ray looked at the people below with interest. At that moment, Lin Ray felt a little disappointed. He had high hopes for the Chinquan sect. However, looking at them now, they were just like the people he had read about in novels. They were willing to risk everything for the sake of danger. He was disappointed. What do you want? Even though he knew why they were here, Lin Ray did not say it out loud. Instead, he asked them to speak. Father, I want to ask the experts around you to help us defeat the Chinquan sect and protect the Chinquan sect. You see. When he heard these words coming out of his son's mouth, Linley's calm expression instantly turned gloomy. See? What do I see? He was disappointed in his son. He did not expect that the first thing he would think of when they were in danger was to ask for help instead of thinking about how to fight against the enemy. Looking at his father's cold expression, Lin Yun was stunned. Then, he had an answer in his heart. However, he did not want to think this way because he did not want to hear the answer from his father. Of course, things did not always go as one wished. The more one did not want to hear something, the more one would have to hear it. Little Yin, you have to remember that the Chinquan sect was passed down to you when it was still in the immortal world. As he spoke, Linley looked at the crowd below. His face was filled with disappointment as he continued. The same goes for all of you. The sect is flourishing in my hands, and I've already stepped down. Therefore, I won't interfere in this matter, nor will I ask them to help. What? One cry after another of astonished cries could be heard at the entrance of the cemetery. Everyone who heard Linley's words had eyes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and all sorts of complicated emotions. All sorts of emotions were reflected in everyone's eyes. They felt that they had misheard Lin Ray's words and did not dare to believe it. However, this matter had already been settled, and Lin Ray could understand everyone's expressions. Yes, you did not hear wrongly. I did say that I will not bother about the Chinquan sect's invasion, and, as he spoke, Linley turned around and didn't even look at the crowd. His tone was extremely cold as he said, "Furthermore, after this matter is over, I will be leaving again tomorrow to train. Therefore, this matter will be resolved in a timely manner. Therefore, you will have to think of a way to resolve this." But, grandfather, at this moment, everyone who knew Lin Ray knew that if he rejected, there would be no possibility of him agreeing. Therefore, everyone fell silent. But just as everyone fell silent and thought that there was no hope, a brave and resolute voice rang out at this moment. Regarding this voice, everyone was stunned, and all eyes were fixed on her. It wasn't just the crowd. Even Linley, who was standing in the doorway, couldn't help but turn when he heard the voice. He immediately sent out his divine sense to lock onto her. Looking at her, Lin Ray asked in confusion, "But what? You have to know that your father is the current sect leader. The chicks will have to fly alone sooner or later. If I intervene this time, what about the next time? If they continue to live under my protection, it will only harm them. Hence, this time I don't intend to help." As he spoke, Linley didn't give the others a chance, nor did he respond to Lin Ling's question. Instead, he walked into the tomb by himself, heading towards the central tomb. "Sai, forget it, Ling Er. Since your grandfather has already made up his mind, no one can change his mind." At that moment, as she watched her father leave and his figure gradually disappear from her sight, her nervous body finally relaxed. She sighed and comforted her daughter, who was by her side. "That's right, Lil Ling. You don't understand the young master. As long as the young master has decided on this matter, then no matter who it is, he won't care. No matter who it is, no one can change the outcome. Yes, forget it. Since young master has already made his choice, it's useless to say anything more." Everyone agreed with Lin Yun's words. They all felt that since Lin Ray had already made his decision, there was no way to change it. But Lin Ling was anxious at everyone's response. Although she had never been to the God Realm, she still knew the distribution of the God Realm. She also knew that the sect was in danger this time, so she did not compromise. After a few buts, Lin Ling, who was originally in a difficult position, suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up and she ignored everyone. She used her cultivation method and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This girl. Everyone was very puzzled by this, but there was nothing they could do. They did not think that this little girl could help the sect solve the problem, so they did not pay much attention to it. Forget it, let's go. Let's discuss what to do next. Seeing that there was nothing to do here, Lin Yin pulled himself together and said to everyone, if the method of asking for help doesn't work, let's hurry back and think of another way. Besides, I think the old sect leader is right. Since he has already handed the sect to us, we can't let the sect end in our hands. Yes, since we're the upper echelons of the sect, we have to ensure the safety of everyone in the sect. Yes. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's discuss what to do next. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Lin Yun was instantly energized. He smiled and led everyone out of the cemetery, flying towards the meeting hall. A bunch of brats. At this moment, the people who were leaving did not know that their conversation had been heard by Lin Ray. At this moment, Linley, who was seated in front of the grave, had a warm expression on his face as he looked at the grave. His tone was extremely gentle. Linger, don't worry. I will personally end the Qinquan sect. Apart from me, no one else will do anything, including Yin. At this point, Lin Ray, who was originally gentle, suddenly changed. At the last moment, his expression changed, becoming extremely cold and murderous. Jian Wudi. The sudden summons had caught Jian Wudi, who was still in the midst of cultivation, completely off guard. However, Jian Wudi could not afford to be negligent in the face of Linley's summons. The instant he heard the summons, Jian Wudi withdrew from his cultivation and hurriedly returned to Linley's side. Lowering his head, he respectfully awaited instructions. You should be pretty strong now. It must be hard on you to stay here. No, it's not hard at all. At this moment, Jian Wudi was not used to Lin Ray's words. Rather than saying that he was not used to it, it was more accurate to say that he was scared and even a little afraid. This was the first time Jian Wudi had heard something like this. He had never heard anything like this before. You don't have to be nervous. Facing Jian Wudi's change in expression, Lin Ray felt a little helpless and forced a smile. What I said is true. It's a waste of talent for you to stay here. After we get out, tell them that I told you to go out and be a guardian. As for the tomb keeper, let Linger do it. Treat it as her punishment. Ugh. After hearing Lin Ray's command, Jian Wudi felt as though he was in a dream. Everything felt too unreal. He didn't expect that he would one day get out of this place. However, this matter just happened to be true. Faced with such a stark contrast in reality, he really didn't know how to deal with it. Why? You're not willing? Lin Ray frowned after not hearing Jian Wudi's perverted voice for a long time. He thought Jian Wudi didn't agree. No, I agree. I agree, young master. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely work hard for the Xuanzong sect in the future. Jian Wudi was completely excited. Not only was he excited for the position of guardian, but he was also excited to be able to reunite with his family. This was his extravagant wish ever since he was sent here to be a tomb keeper. He didn't expect to be able to realize it in his lifetime. Lin Ray felt a little better after hearing Jian Wudi's emotional fluctuations. He smiled and stood up, ignoring the excited Jian Wudi, and disappeared from the cemetery. Master? At this moment, in the secret realm of the Xuanzong sect, Lin Ling, who left without a word at the entrance of the cemetery, rushed over and shouted into the air. Master, come out. Disciple has something to tell you, master. His words, which were infused with his cultivation, spread out in all directions. Lin Ling's voice could be heard all along the way. Xie Feng, who was in the wooden house, frowned when she heard this voice. She looked unhappy. This girl, what's going on? Didn't I ask her to find that kid? Why did she come back so quickly? Siafong looked annoyed, but one could see a hint of expectation and gentleness in her eyes. Siafong stood up and disappeared from the wooden house. When she reappeared, she was already beside Lin Ling, who was rushing over. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Ah, Lin Ling, who was rushing forward, screamed when she heard this voice. Her voice was filled with terror. What are you doing? Why are you making a fuss? Is my voice very scary? At this moment, seeing how his disciple was so frightened after hearing his voice, his originally displeased face became even uglier. Chapter 693. At this moment, Lin Ling came back to her senses and saw that the person was her master. She quickly denied it awkwardly. Master, my sect is in danger now. We might be annihilated. So, I want to ask you, please help us when the sect is in danger. At this moment, Lin Ling no longer had the courage to speak. Her voice was soft and feeble as though she hadn't eaten. Even so, as a Saint Stage expert, the evil phoenix naturally heard it. No, this matter is not within my jurisdiction. She rejected Lin Ling's request without hesitation. You must remember that I'm only staying here temporarily. I don't belong to the Xuanzong sect. Besides, isn't Lin Rei here? The people he brought back are all better than the other. Any one of them can solve the sect's crisis. So, I can't help you with this. Also, at this point, Evil Phoenix's eyes revealed a hint of decisiveness. He continued, also, this time, I will be leaving with Lin Li. Thus, I cannot help you in this matter. Siafong brushed past Lin Ling and walked toward the pond. But master, after hearing his master's decision, Lin Ling was dazed for a moment. But soon, he came back to his senses. But when he thought about how the sect would be in danger soon, he couldn't care about anything else. He stepped out and disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Ling appeared in front of Siafong. She knelt on the ground and begged, Master, please help the sect. Help my father. I don't want them to be hurt. Please. Siafong didn't say anything. She just stood there and looked at the water. The space around her seemed to be sealed at this moment and became very calm. After a long time, Siafong didn't change her decision because of Lin Ling's begging. On the contrary, this made the thoughts in his heart even more resolute. Sai, go. I can't help you with this. But don't worry, the sect will be fine. Even if I don't help, Lin Rei, as the founder of this place, won't watch the sect he built be destroyed like this. Siafong didn't wait for Lin Ling to get up or reply. She took a step and disappeared from Lin Ling's sight. Really? That would be great, but would Grandpa do that? Lin Ling smiled bitterly and stood up. She knew that even if she went to find her master, it would be useless. Lin Ling didn't stay here any longer and left the secret realm. But the moment she left, Siafong appeared. Sigh, silly child. Evil Phoenix muttered to himself. Do you really think that kid Lin Li would just leave you guys behind and not do anything? Puffed. I don't believe it. With that, the evil Phoenix disappeared from the secret realm. No one knew where he went. At this moment, Lin Li was standing at the entrance of the profound sect. His back was facing the entrance, and his divine sense was scanning the peaceful area before him. For a moment, he felt a hint of reluctance in his heart. Sigh, it's time to leave. Sighing, Chu Si and Yun Kai's figures appeared within his divine sense. Lin Li turned and walked out of the main gate. As for Chu Si and Yun Kai, upon seeing Lin Li's departing figure, they hurriedly followed him. And just like that, Lin Li once more embarked on his journey of training. However, at this moment, in Tianliang city of Wuzhou, the Qinkuan sect, whom the Xian sect was afraid of, had already arrived. Moreover, there were so many of them that the entire Tianliang city was silent. Towards the sudden appearance of the Qinkuan sect, everyone in the city, regardless of whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, chose to shut their doors and not come out. To them, these people from the Chinquan sect were small and couldn't be messed with. In front of the Chinquan sect, they were nothing more than ants. They were tiny and weak existences. They could only hide in such a situation. Even those who liked to watch the show didn't dare to come out now because they knew that this time was different. The entire realm of the gods knew about the casualties of the Chinquan sect in the past 30 years. Furthermore, they knew that the culprit behind the Chinquan sect was the Xuanzong sect. The Xuanzong sect wasn't far from Tianliang City. Therefore, everyone knew what was going on when they saw this scene. At this moment, at the entrance of Tianliang City, a man stood at the front of the thousands of people. He looked at the people behind him and said with a murderous look, "I, Qianlong, swear that I will kill everyone from the Xuanzong sect and avenge my disciples' death. I will use this to intimidate the entire realm of the gods. No one can shake the position of the Chinquan sect. My Chinquan sect's reputation is second to none." Qianlong's voice was so loud that everyone in Tianliang City heard what he said, regardless of whether they wanted to hear it or not. "Yes, we obey." As soon as Qianlong finished his sentence, the thousands of people replied in unison. Their voices were so loud that they could intimidate the entire realm of the gods. "We, the disciples of the Chinquan sect, swear that we will kill everyone from the Xuanzong sect. We would rather kill the wrong person than let them go." At this moment, the voices of the Chinquan sect were too loud. At this moment, everyone in the city couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard this. One had to know that the meaning of "we would rather kill the wrong person than let them go" was extremely terrifying. It seems like the Chinquan sect is determined to destroy the Xuanzong sect this time. In the president's room of the Alchemist Guild of Tianliang City, an old man stood by the window and looked at the city gate. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and fear. "Sigh, it's over. Is this the end of a rising star? TSK. The Xuanzong sect has been too high profile for the past 30 years, and they have completely angered the Chinquan sect." Thousands of elite disciples were killed just like that. No one would be able to accept this. It's over. Xuanzong sect is finished this time. I wanted to recruit this sect, but forget it. At this moment, not only was the president of the Alchemist Guild in Tianliang City, the leaders of the Weapon Forging Guild, Spell Formation Guild, and Talisman Master Guild were all in the same position. They were either standing by the window or sitting in their seats. However, all four of them were looking in the same direction. It wasn't anywhere else but where the Chinquan sect members were at. As the saying went, it was a dark and windy night to kill. At this moment, the moon was shining brightly in the sky, and the wind was blowing gently on the treetops. The leaves rustled in the wind as though they were expressing their emotions. At the east gate of Tianliang City, Qianlong turned around and looked at the group of disciples behind him. A cold and evil smile appeared on his face as he looked at the crowd and said coldly, "This time, you can't fail. While the sky is dark, rush to the Xuanzong sect at full speed and try to get there before the sky turns cold." Suddenly, Qianlong's face turned gloomy and his voice was bone-chilling. "This time, no matter who it is, if you don't get there on time, what awaits you won't be the punishment of the sect. What awaits you will be the destruction of your Tao. You will never be reincarnated." At this moment, Qianlong's words caused everyone to gasp in shock. This decision was too heavy for them. It was too heavy. After all, no one wanted their cultivation base, which they had cultivated for thousands, tens of thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, to be destroyed because of this matter. Didn't you hear me clearly? At this moment, Qianlong, who had finished speaking, looked at the silent crowd. His face turned gloomy as he questioned them. We understand." Although everyone spoke at the same time, their voices were filled with panic, hesitation, fear, and even regret. "Yes, let's go to the Xuanzong sect and kill to our heart's content." Seeing that everyone had agreed, Qianlong immediately flew up and headed towards where the Xuanzong was. After seeing that their leader had left, the members of the Chinquan sect had no reason to stay any longer. Immediately, they rose into the sky and disappeared from the city. They came and left in a hurry. In just a few seconds, everyone had vanished from Tianliang City. Phew! They're finally gone. They're finally gone. Finally. They're finally gone. At this moment, the members of the 4 major guilds revealed relaxed smiles as the members of the Qinquan sect disappeared. Then, they slumped weakly into their seats. At this moment, the actions of the Qinquan sect had been under the control of the members of the Xuanzong sect. After all, there were members of the information department in Tianliang City. The instant the members of the information department left for the Xuanzong sect, the members of the information department in Tianliang City opened up the information channel and passed the news of the Qinquan sect's attack to the higher-ups of the Qinquan sect. At this moment, 24 higher-ups of the Xuanzong sect were gathered in the meeting hall of the Xuanzong sect. As the sect leader of the Xuanzong sect, Lin Yun sat on his seat as he read the news from Tianliang City. His face was filled with anxiety. At this moment, he felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't know whether to sit or not. Sect leader I, Tian Yun, Ming, Bai Qi, Dian Wei, Kuei Gang, and Yuan will lead the combat division to kill the enemy. Please grant us our wish, sect leader. Yes, I, Jian Feng, am willing to lead the assassination division to intercept the enemy. Please grant us our wish. I. At this moment, the members of the Qinquan sect stood up one by one when they saw Lin Yun in such a state. However, Lin Yun rejected their requests without any hesitation. No. Lin Yun's heart sank as he looked at the crowd. This time, the Qinquan sect is obviously determined to destroy the entire Xuanzong sect. Moreover, there are a few ultimate gods and a dozen or so emperor gods among their people. Who do you think you are? Ultimate gods? Saints? Even if I let all of you out, do you think it will work? Silence. Silence. Initially, the crowd was in a mess because of the request to join the battle. However, the moment they heard Lin Yun's words, the crowd immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at Lin Yun doubtfully as though they were asking, "Do you have a good idea?" If that was the case, they would fight to the last drop of their blood. They had to go out. After all, they had watched the Xuanzong sect grow step by step. This was their home, and it was something they wanted to protect. Lin Yun revealed a helpless expression in the face of everyone's doubtful gazes. Yes, I know I don't have a solution. But what can we do if we go out? Kill or be killed. Moreover, don't be so pessimistic. Our sect has a sect protecting formation. I believe in Father's strength. Even if they want to come in, they won't be able to do so in a short period of time. Therefore, calm down and think of a solution. Everyone was speechless after hearing Lin Yun's words. However, they didn't know that the 3 ghost kings, Xin Guang, and the young man were gathered together in the secret realm. This time, the sect master ordered us to stop all the ultimate gods in the Qinquan sect and force them to retreat. As for the emperor gods, if we can force them back, we will. If we can't, we will let them pass. After all, there are still some emperor gods in the sect. Yes, we understand. Xin Guang was confused when he heard Ghost Li's words. TSK, but it's strange. Logically speaking, with our strength, it shouldn't be a problem to kill all of them. Why do we have to keep them alive? The young master wants the Qinquan sect's disciples below the Emperor God realm to warn the Xuanzong sect. He wants them to quickly cultivate and grow. After all, the entire sect will only become stronger if they become stronger. The young man smiled and continued, Moreover, the young master wants to bring back the slumbering bloodthirst. After all, the upper echelons of the Xuanzong sect went to look for the young master. They wanted the young master to solve the problem easier than me. The young master is very disappointed in the current sect. Therefore, the young master wants to use this opportunity to awaken the fighting spirit of the Xuanzong sect. Oh, I see. Everyone revealed a look of understanding when they heard the young man's explanation. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.